In a galaxy shaped by war and legend, few names echo with as much mystery and power as the Mandalorians. Their armor is unmistakable, their code unbreakable. But behind every Beskar helmet lies a story of ancient warriors, lost worlds, and a legacy that has survived for thousands of years. Tonight, let's set aside the chaos of the day and journey together into the heart of Mandalorian history. From the first clans on the windswept plains of Mandalore, to the rise of legendary figures like Tara Vizsla and Bo-Katan Kryze, to the secret ways of the Children of the Watch, we'll trace every twist and turn of their epic saga. You might know them as bounty hunters, rebels, or even protectors of the child. But the true story of the Mandalorians is deeper, older, and more surprising than you might imagine. We'll uncover the ancient wars with the Jedi, the meaning behind the Darksaber, and the unbreakable creed that binds every Mandalorian, no matter where in the galaxy they roam. So, wherever you're listening from, whether you're a lifelong Star Wars fan or just curious about the legend behind the helmet, take a deep breath, let your mind drift among the stars, and join me for the complete, lore-accurate history of the Mandalorians. But before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you listening from tonight? Drop your location in the comments below. It's amazing how these stories connect us, no matter how far apart we are in the galaxy. Close your eyes. The saga of Mandalore is about to begin, and as you listen, may the stories of honor, courage, and resilience guide you gently into sleep. Long before the galaxy knew the name Mandalorian, there was only a world, untamed, wild, and beautiful, Mandalore. Its skies stretched endlessly, painted in shades of blue and gold, while its plains rolled beneath the twin moons, Akan and Kalita, their pale light casting long shadows over the land. The mountains stood silent and ancient, guardians of secrets lost to time. Rivers wound their way through valleys, and forests whispered with the voices of creatures that had never seen a starship. But beneath this beauty, Mandalore was a world of challenge and survival. The climate was harsh, the wildlife fierce, and the land itself seemed to test all who dared to call it home. Only the strongest could endure, and it was here, on this demanding world, that a legend would be born. The first people to settle Mandalore were not the Mandalorians as we know them, but explorers, ancient humans, and, most notably, the Tang. The Tang were a proud and mysterious species, exiled from their homeworld of Coruscant after centuries of conflict with the early humans known as the Gel. Driven by war and fate, the Tang wandered the stars, searching for a place to begin anew. Their journey was long and perilous, but at last they found Mandalore, a world as fierce and unyielding as they were. Led by a legendary figure known as Mandalore I, the Tang claimed the planet as their own. In honor of their new home, they took its name for themselves, becoming the Mandalorians. This was more than a name. It was a promise, a vow to survive, to thrive, and to forge a destiny worthy of song and legend. The early Mandalorians were a people of strength, honor, and unbreakable bonds. Clan and family were everything. Each day was a test, and every victory was earned through courage and skill. They learned to hunt the mighty mythosaur, a beast so massive and powerful that it became the symbol of their people. To slay a mythosaur was to prove oneself worthy of the title Mandalorian. From the metals of Mandalore's mountains, the first Mandalorians forged their armor. This was the birth of Beskar, iron so strong it could withstand blaster fire and even the blade of a lightsaber. Each piece of armor was unique, crafted to fit its wearer and passed down through generations. To don Beskar was to carry the weight of one's ancestors and the hopes of one's clan. At the heart of Mandalorian life was the clan. Each clan had its own sigil, its own traditions, and its own stories. But all Mandalorians were united by the Resolnare, the 6 actions that defined their way of life. Wear your armor, speak the language, defend yourself and your family, raise your children as Mandalorians, contribute to the welfare of your clan, and when called, rally to the Mandalore, the leader of all Mandalorians. These tenets were more than rules. They were the foundation of Mandalorian identity. They shaped every aspect of daily life, from the way children were raised to the songs sung around the fire at night. The Mandalorians believed that life was a battle, and that true honor came from facing every challenge head-on. As the clans grew, so did their legends. Stories were told of great hunts, epic duels, and the forging of the first Mandalorian weapons. The planet itself became a part of their myth, a living, breathing force that shaped every Mandalorian who walked its surface. The mythosaur, once a terror, became a symbol of strength and resilience. Its skull would one day adorn the banners of Mandalore, a reminder of the courage required to survive. But Mandalore was not a world of endless war. There were times of peace, of celebration, and of unity. Festivals marked the changing of the seasons, and songs told of heroes and ancestors. The Mandalorians honored their dead with stories, believing that as long as a name was spoken, a warrior's spirit lived on. Over time, the Mandalorians would become known as the greatest warriors in the galaxy. But in these early days, they were simply survivors, people bound by honor, tradition, and the unbreakable ties of clan. Their story was just beginning, and the choices they made would echo across the stars for millennia to come. This was the dawn of Mandalore, a world of warriors, a people of unbreakable spirit, and the beginning of a legend that would shape the fate of the galaxy. As the first generations of Mandalorians grew strong beneath the twin moons, their world began to change. The clans multiplied, each forging their own legends and traditions. The fires of ambition burned bright, and the spirit of the Mandalorians could not be contained by the boundaries of a single world. The time had come for Mandalore to look to the stars. It began with the crusaders, warriors clad in beskar, their armor marked with the sigils of their clans. They were driven by a hunger for challenge, for glory, and for the honor of their people. The crusaders believed that to test oneself against the galaxy was the highest calling, and so they set out from Mandalore, their ships cutting through the darkness like arrows. The first conquests were close to home. The Mandalorians encountered worlds rich with life and resources, but also with defenders who would not yield easily. Each battle was a lesson, each victory a story to be told around the fires of home. The Mandalorians did not conquer for the sake of cruelty, but to prove themselves worthy of the name they bore. To them, every opponent was a teacher, every defeat a chance to grow stronger. Among the earliest legends was Mandalore the Conqueror, a leader whose name would echo through the ages. Under his command, the Mandalorians swept across the Outer Rim, their reputation growing with every campaign. Worlds fell before their might, but so too did alliances form. Some peoples, impressed by Mandalorian honor and strength, chose to join them rather than resist. In this way, the Mandalorian clans grew not only in number, but in diversity. The Age of Conquest was not without its darkness. The Mandalorians were fierce, and their methods could be harsh. Some worlds resisted with all their strength, and the scars of those battles would remain for centuries. Yet even in war, the Mandalorians held to their code. They respected worthy foes, and they honored the fallen, whether friend or enemy. Mercy was rare, but not unknown. As their influence spread, the Mandalorians began to shape the galaxy itself. Their armor and weapons became the envy of other cultures. Their tactics were studied and feared. The sight of a Mandalorian helmet on the battlefield was enough to send shivers through the bravest of hearts. Yet for all their power, the Mandalorians remained true to their roots. Clan and family came first, and the Rezal-Nar guided every action. The conquests brought new challenges. The Mandalorians encountered species and technologies unlike any they had known. Some battles were won through strength, others through cunning. The greatest leaders were those who could adapt, who could see the value in every lesson the galaxy offered. Over time, the Mandalorians became not just conquerors, but students of the stars. It was during this era that the Mandalorians first encountered the Jedi. The Jedi were unlike any foe they had faced, warriors of light, wielding the mysterious power of the Force. The first clashes were fierce and uncertain. The Mandalorians, ever resourceful, began to develop new weapons and tactics to counter the Jedi's abilities. This rivalry would shape the destiny of both peoples for centuries to come. Yet, even as they waged war, the Mandalorians never lost sight of what made them strong. The bonds of clan, the wisdom of elders, and the lessons of the past were their true armor. Around the fires at night, stories were told of great victories and bitter defeats. Children listened with wide eyes, dreaming of the day they would earn their own armor and join the ranks of their ancestors. The Age of Conquest was a time of transformation. The Mandalorians were no longer a people bound to a single world. They had become a force to be reckoned with, their names spoken with awe and fear across the stars. But with every victory came new challenges, and the seeds of future conflicts were sown in the ashes of conquered worlds. This was the Age of Conquest, a time of glory, of hardship, and of discovery. The Mandalorians had claimed their place among the stars, but their greatest trials were yet to come. When you're ready, we'll journey into the era of legends, as the Mandalorians face their greatest rivals, the Jedi, and the galaxy is forever changed. The Age of Conquest had transformed the Mandalorians from a single-world survivors into a force that shaped the fate of entire star systems. Their legend grew with every campaign, and their name was spoken with awe and fear. Yet, as the Mandalorians expanded, they encountered a new kind of adversary, one that would challenge not only their strength, but the very core of their beliefs. This was the beginning of the Mandalorian-Jedi Wars, a conflict that would echo through the ages. The Jedi were unlike any enemy the Mandalorians had ever faced. Where Mandalorians relied on discipline, skill, and the strength of their armor, the Jedi wielded the mysterious power of the Force. They could move objects with a thought, sense danger before it arrived, and wield lightsabers, blades of pure energy that could cut through almost anything. To the Mandalorians, the Jedi seemed almost like sorcerers, their abilities both fascinating and deeply unsettling. The first encounters were cautious, almost accidental. Mandalorian raiding parties clashed with Jedi peacekeepers on the fringes of the Republic. At first, the Mandalorians underestimated their new foes, believing that no warrior could stand against Beskar and Mandalorian tactics. But the Jedi proved to be formidable opponents, their lightsabers slicing through conventional weapons and their Force abilities turning the tide of battle in unexpected ways. Defeat was not something the Mandalorians accepted easily. Each loss became a lesson, each setback a challenge to overcome. The Mandalorians began to study the Jedi, observing their fighting styles, their strengths, and their weaknesses. They learned that the Jedi valued life and sought to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. The Mandalorians, ever pragmatic, saw this as both a strength and a vulnerability. To counter the Jedi, Mandalorian smiths and engineers began to innovate. They developed new weapons and armor, designed specifically to withstand the Jedi's lightsabers and counter their Force abilities. Beskar, already legendary for its strength, became even more prized. Mandalorian armorers experimented with new alloys and techniques, creating suits that could resist even the most determined Jedi assault. They also crafted weapons that could disrupt or bypass a lightsaber's energy blade. Vibroblades, flamethrowers, and even projectile-based weaponry that could catch a Jedi off guard. The Mandalorians also adapted their tactics. They learned to fight in teams, using coordinated attacks to overwhelm a single Jedi. They set traps, used the environment to their advantage, and never hesitated to retreat and regroup if a battle turned against them. Over time, the Mandalorians earned the respect of the Jedi, who came to see them not as mere conquerors, but as worthy adversaries. The battles between Mandalorians and Jedi were fierce and often devastating. Entire worlds became battlegrounds, their landscapes scarred by the clash of Beskar and lightsaber. Cities were reduced to ruins, forests burned, and mountains shattered. The Mandalorians, for all their strength, found themselves pushed to their limits, yet they refused to yield. For every Jedi victory, the Mandalorians returned with new strategies, new weapons, and a renewed determination to prove themselves. It was during this era that the Mandalorians' reputation as the galaxy's greatest warriors was truly forged. Stories spread of Mandalorian champions who could stand toe-to-toe with Jedi masters, of duels that lasted for hours, and of battles where the outcome was decided by a single fateful moment. The Mandalorians took pride in these tales, passing them down from one generation to the next. Each story became a lesson, a reminder that even the most powerful enemy could be overcome with courage, skill, and unity. Yet the cost of these wars was immense. Mandalore itself suffered greatly. The surface of the planet, once lush and green, was devastated by the relentless conflict. Forests were turned to ash, rivers ran dry, and entire regions became wastelands. The Mandalorians, who had always revered their home, mourned the loss of so much beauty, but they also saw it as a testament to their resilience. If Mandalore could survive such destruction, so too could its people. The Jedi, for their part, were changed by the conflict as well. They came to respect the Mandalorians' strength and determination, even as they lamented the violence and loss. Some Jedi sought to understand the Mandalorians, to find common ground, and perhaps even peace. Others saw them as a threat that could never be ignored. The rivalry between the two orders became a defining feature of galactic history, shaping the destinies of both for centuries to come. Amidst the chaos of war, a new legend emerged, one that would forever link the Mandalorians and the Jedi. Tara Vizsla, a Mandalorian born with the gift of the Force, was taken in by the Jedi Order and trained as a Jedi Knight. He was the first Mandalorian to wield a lightsaber, and he crafted a unique weapon, the Dark Saber. Its black blade, crackling with energy, became a symbol of leadership and power among the Mandalorians. When Tara Vizsla returned to his people, he united the clans and became Mandalore, the leader of all Mandalorians. The Darksaber's legacy would endure long after Tara Vizsla's time. It became a symbol of the Mandalorian spirit, a blend of strength, honor, and the willingness to embrace the unknown. The Dark Saber was passed down through generations, its fate intertwined with the destiny of Mandalore itself. The Mandalorian Jedi Wars were a crucible, forging both peoples in the fires of conflict. The Mandalorians emerged stronger, more united, and more determined than ever to carve their own path through the galaxy. The Jedi, too, were changed, their understanding of the Force and of themselves deepened by the trials they faced. As the wars drew to a close, a fragile peace settled over the galaxy. The Mandalorians returned to their clans, their legends enriched by the stories of battle and bravery. The Jedi continued their quest to bring balance to the Force, ever watchful for the return of their old rivals. But the echoes of those first wars would never truly fade. The rivalry between Mandalorian and Jedi would shape the fate of the galaxy for millennia to come, a testament to the power of tradition, honor, and the unbreakable will of those who call Mandalore home. When you're ready, we'll journey deeper into the legend of the Darksaber and the rise of House Vizsla, as Mandalorian history takes another dramatic turn. The fires of war between the Mandalorians and the Jedi had cooled, but the embers of legend still glowed. In the aftermath of these epic conflicts, a new chapter began, one that would forever change the destiny of Mandalore and echo through the halls of history. At the heart of this story was a single, extraordinary weapon, the Darksaber. The Darksaber was unlike any other blade in the galaxy. Its hilt was angular and ancient, forged by Mandalorian hands, but its blade was a flat, black beam of energy, edged with a white glow. It hummed with a sound that was both familiar and strange, a song of power and mystery. The Darksaber was not just a weapon, it was a symbol, a key to leadership, and a bridge between two worlds. Its creator, Tara Vizsla, was a figure of myth and inspiration. Born a Mandalorian, Tara was discovered to be Force-sensitive as a child. He was taken to the Jedi Temple, where he trained and eventually became the first Mandalorian Jedi Knight. Tara's journey was one of balance between the discipline of the Jedi and the fierce honor of his Mandalorian heritage. In time, he crafted the Darksaber, pouring his spirit and identity into the weapon. It was a lightsaber, yes, but it was also something more, a Mandalorian's answer to the Jedi's ancient traditions. When Tara Vizsla returned to Mandalore, he brought with him not only the wisdom of the Jedi, but also the Darksaber. With this blade, he united the clans and was named Mandalore, the leader of all Mandalorians. Under his rule, Mandalore entered a golden age of unity and strength. The Darksaber became the symbol of the Mandalore's right to lead, a beacon that called the clans together in times of need. But as with all legends, Tara's story was not the end, but the beginning of a new era. After his passing, the Darksaber was kept in the Jedi Temple, a relic of a unique and powerful life. Yet the Mandalorians never forgot what the blade represented. Generations later, members of House Vizsla, Tara's own clan, stormed the Jedi Temple during a time of galactic upheaval and reclaimed the Darksaber. It was brought back to Mandalore, where it became the heart of House Vizsla's power and pride. House Vizsla was one of the most influential and ambitious clans in Mandalorian history. Fiercely loyal to their own, they were also known for their cunning and their willingness to challenge tradition. With the Darksaber in their possession, House Vizsla claimed the right to rule Mandalore, and their leaders often sought to unite the clans under their banner. The Darksaber was not just a weapon to them, it was a legacy, a responsibility, and a challenge to any who would question their authority. The Darksaber's presence shaped Mandalorian politics for centuries. It was said that whoever held the blade had the right to rule, but only if they won it in combat. This tradition ensured that the Darksaber was never simply inherited or given away. It had to be earned. Many duels were fought for its possession, and each new wielder added their own chapter to its legend. Some brought peace and unity, while others brought conflict and division. The Darksaber was a mirror, reflecting the hopes and struggles of Mandalore itself. Yet the Darksaber was more than a symbol of power. It was a reminder of the Mandalorian spirit, a spirit that could not be broken, even by the greatest challenges. The blade's black light was a testament to the darkness and the light within every Mandalorian. The balance between strength and wisdom, tradition and change. To hold the Darksaber was to carry the weight of history, to feel the eyes of ancestors and the expectations of the future. Throughout the ages, The darksaber passed through many hands. It was lost and found, stolen and reclaimed, its legend growing with each new chapter. House Vizsla remained at the center of its story, their fortunes rising and falling with the fate of the blade. The darksaber inspired loyalty, ambition, and sometimes even fear. But above all, it inspired hope. The hope that Mandalore could be united, that the clans could stand together, and that the spirit of Tara Vizsla would never fade. The darksaber's influence was not limited to the battlefield or the halls of power. It became a symbol woven into the very culture of Mandalore. Children grew up hearing tales of the darksaber's creation, of Tara Vizsla's courage, and of the duels that decided the fate of the clans. Artists painted its likeness on walls and armor, and poets sang of its black flame. The darksaber was a source of pride, but also a reminder of the responsibilities that came with leadership. To wield it was to accept the burden of Mandalore's future. As the centuries passed, the darksaber's legend only deepened. It became a symbol not just for House Vizsla, but for all Mandalorians, a reminder that leadership must be earned, that unity is forged in struggle, and that the past is never truly gone. The darksaber's black blade cut through the darkness, lighting the way for those brave enough to follow. The story of the darksaber and House Vizsla is a story of ambition, unity, and the eternal struggle for balance. It is a tale of how a single weapon can shape the destiny of a people, and how the spirit of one leader can inspire generations. The darksaber's song still echoes, calling out to those who would shape the future. As you settle in for the night, let the legend of the darksaber remind you that even in the darkest times, there is always a light to guide the way, and a story waiting to be written. In the quiet moments between dreams, the legacy of House Vizsla and the darksaber endures, a beacon for all who seek honor, courage, and unity. The legend of the darksaber and the rise of House Vizsla marked a turning point in Mandalorian history, but it was the institution of the Mandalore, the one leader above all clans, that truly defined the next era. The title Mandalore was more than a rank. It was a sacred trust, a symbol of unity, and a mantle that carried the hopes and burdens of an entire people. In the earliest days, the Mandalorians were a collection of fiercely independent clans, each with its own customs, banners, and leaders. They were bound together by the Wrestle Nara and the shared memory of Mandalore I, but true unity was rare. The Mandalore was the one who could bring the clans together, not by force alone, but by earning their respect and loyalty. To be Mandalore was to be the living embodiment of Mandalorian ideals, strength, honor, wisdom, and the willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. The process of becoming Mandalore was never simple. There was no election, no council to appoint a leader. Instead, the title was claimed by those who proved themselves in battle, who inspired others to follow, and who could unite the clans in times of crisis. Sometimes the darksaber was the key, its possession a sign of rightful leadership. Other times it was the deeds of the would-be Mandalore that mattered most. The path to leadership was always forged in the fires of challenge. Throughout Mandalorian history, several legendary figures rose to claim the title of Mandalore. Each left a unique mark on the people in the galaxy. Among the most revered was Mandalore the Ultimate, whose vision and ambition led the Mandalorians into the Great Wars against the Old Republic. Under his command, the clans were united as never before, and the Mandalorians became a force that could challenge even the mightiest powers in the galaxy. Mandalore the Ultimate was a leader of vision and charisma. He saw the galaxy as a place of endless opportunity and believed that the Mandalorians were destined for greatness. He called upon the clans to set aside their rivalries and joined together in a new crusade. His words ignited a fire in the hearts of his people, and soon, Mandalorian warships once again filled the stars. The era of the Mandalore was an age of expansion, ambition, and glory, but also of great risk. The Mandalorians under Mandalore the Ultimate were not content to remain on the fringes of the galaxy. They launched campaigns against the Republic, testing their strength against the Jedi and the armies of Coruscant. These wars were brutal and costly, but they also forged a new sense of identity among the Mandalorians. The clans learned to fight as one, to trust in the leadership of the Mandalore, and to see themselves as part of something greater than any single clan or family. Yet the era of the Mandalore was not without its challenges. The very qualities that made the Mandalorians strong, their independence, their pride, their fierce loyalty to clan, could also be sources of division. Not every Mandalorian agreed with the Mandalore's vision, and rivalries sometimes flared into open conflict. The Mandalore had to be more than a warrior. They had to be a diplomat, a judge, and a symbol of hope. The Mandalorian Code, or the Super Commando Codex, evolved during this time. It was a set of unwritten rules that guided the behavior of warriors and leaders alike. Honor, loyalty, and the protection of the weak were central tenets. The Mandalore was expected to uphold these values, to lead by example, and to ensure that the Mandalorians remained true to their heritage. The code was not always easy to follow, especially in times of war, but it was the foundation upon which Mandalorian society was built. As the wars with the Republic dragged on, the Mandalorians faced new challenges. The Jedi proved to be formidable opponents, and the Republic's resources seemed endless. The Mandalore's leadership was tested as never before. Some clans began to question the wisdom of continued conflict, while others urged even greater aggression. The unity that had been so carefully forged began to fray at the edges. In the end, the era of Mandalore the Ultimate came to a tragic close. Defeated by the Jedi and the Republic, the Mandalorians were forced to retreat. Mandalore the Ultimate fell in battle, and the clans were scattered. The title of Mandalore passed to new leaders, each facing the daunting task of rebuilding and restoring hope. Some, like Mandalore the Preserver, focused on survival and the preservation of tradition. Others sought new paths, hoping to adapt to a changing galaxy. Despite these setbacks, the institution of the Mandalore endured. It remained a symbol of unity and resilience, a reminder that even in the darkest times, the Mandalorians could come together under a single banner. The stories of the great Mandalores were told and retold, their deeds inspiring new generations to strive for greatness. The era of the Mandalore was a time of both triumph and tragedy. It was an age when the Mandalorians reached for the stars, united by a common purpose and a shared dream. It was also a time of loss, as the price of ambition became clear. Yet through it all, the spirit of the Mandalore endured, a beacon of hope, a call to unity, and a promise that Mandalore would rise again. As you gently fall to sleep, let the memory of the Mandalore remind you that true leadership is not about power, but about the courage to unite, to inspire, and to carry the hopes of many. In every era, the Mandalorians have looked to the Mandalore for guidance, and in every heart, the dream of unity lives on. The Mandalorians had always been a people shaped by conflict, but the wars that followed the rise of the Mandalore would test them as never before. The galaxy was changing, and new powers were rising, none more dangerous than the Sith. The Great Sith War, and the Mandalorians' role in it, would leave scars that echoed through generations and forever alter the course of Mandalorian history. In the centuries after the first Mandalores, the Mandalorians rebuilt from their defeats and scattered clans. The memory of unity under a single leader remained strong, and the darksaber continued to pass from hand to hand, a symbol of hope and ambition. Yet, as the Mandalorians looked to the stars, they found themselves drawn into the wider struggles of the galaxy. The Old Republic, a vast and ancient government, was locked in a deadly dance with the Sith, dark lords who wielded the Force for power and domination. The Mandalorians, ever seeking challenge and glory, were not content to remain on the sidelines. Some saw the Sith as worthy allies, others as dangerous enemies, but all recognized that the coming storm would shape the fate of countless worlds. It was during this era that the Mandalorians became entangled in the Great Sith War, a conflict that would test their strength, their honor, and their very identity. The Great Sith War began as a struggle between the Jedi and the Sith, but it soon drew in the Republic and countless other factions. The Mandalorians, led by ambitious warlords and inspired by the legends of old, saw an opportunity to prove themselves against the greatest warriors in the galaxy. Some clans allied with the Sith, drawn by promises of power and the chance to strike at the Jedi. Others fought for their own reasons, seeking to carve out new territories or settle old scores. The Mandalorians' involvement in the war was marked by both brilliance and brutality. Their tactics were bold and unpredictable, their warriors fearless in the face of overwhelming odds. Mandalorian shock troops became infamous for their lightning raids and devastating assaults. They struck without warning, using jetpacks and advanced weaponry to outmaneuver their enemies. The sight of Mandalorian armor on the battlefield became a symbol of terror and respect. Yet the Mandalorians were not invincible. The Jedi, with their mastery of the Force, proved to be formidable opponents. The Republic, too, was vast and resourceful, able to call upon fleets and armies from 1,000 worlds. The war raged across the galaxy, leaving worlds in ruins and populations scattered. The Mandalorians, for all their strength, found themselves caught in a conflict that was larger and more complex than any they had faced before. One of the most significant moments of this era was the rise of Mandalore the Indomitable, a leader whose ambition matched that of any Mandalore before him. Mandalore the Indomitable sought to unite the clans and lead them to glory, forging alliances with the Sith and launching daring campaigns against the Republic. His vision was grand, but it was also dangerous. The Mandalorians became both feared and hated, their reputation as mercenaries and conquerors growing with every battle. The alliance with the Sith was a double-edged sword. The Sith were cunning and ruthless, using the Mandalorians as tools in their own quest for power. Some Mandalorians embraced the darkness, drawn to the promise of strength and victory. Others resisted, wary of the Sith's manipulations and the cost of such an alliance. The tension between tradition and ambition, between honor and power, became a defining struggle for the Mandalorian people. The Great Sith War ended in chaos and defeat. The Jedi and the Republic, united by necessity, eventually overcame the Sith and their allies. Mandalore the Indomitable fell in battle, and the Mandalorians were once again scattered. Their worlds were devastated, their clans divided, and their future uncertain. Yet even in defeat, the Mandalorians refused to surrender. They retreated to the Outer Rim, rebuilding in secret and waiting for the day when they could rise again. The aftermath of the war was a time of reflection and change. The Mandalorians looked to their past, seeking wisdom in the stories of the great Mandalores and the lessons of the Darksaber. Some clans turned inward, focusing on survival and the preservation of tradition. Others sought new paths, adapting to the changing galaxy and forging new alliances. The scars of the Great Sith War ran deep, but they also served as a reminder of the Mandalorian spirit, a spirit that could not be broken, even by the greatest of defeats. The legacy of the Great Sith War was felt not only by the Mandalorians, but by the entire galaxy. The Republic emerged stronger, but also more wary of the dangers that lurked beyond its borders. The Jedi, too, were changed. Their understanding of the Force deepened by the trials they had faced. The Sith, though defeated, would return again and again, their shadow never far from the heart of the galaxy. For the Mandalorians, the war was both a tragedy and a crucible. It tested their unity, their honor, and their will to survive. It forced them to confront the darkness within and to find new ways to adapt and endure. The stories of this era became part of Mandalorian legend, told around campfires and passed down through generations. They were stories of courage and loss, of ambition and betrayal, of hope and resilience. In the centuries that followed, the Mandalorians would continue to play a vital role in the galaxy's history. They would rise and fall, unite and scatter, but always they would endure. The lessons of the Great Sith War would shape their destiny, reminding them that true strength comes not from conquest alone, but from the bonds of clan, the wisdom of tradition, and the courage to face the unknown. As you drift into sleep, let the memory of the Mandalorians in the Great Sith War remind you that even in the darkest times, hope endures. The fires of Mandalore may be dimmed, but they are never extinguished. In every heart, the spirit of the Mandalorian lives on, waiting for the dawn of a new day. The aftermath of the Great Sith War left the Mandalorians battered and broken. Their once proud armies were scattered, their worlds devastated, and their unity shattered. The clans, which had once marched together under the banner of the Mandalore, now found themselves isolated and adrift, each struggling to survive in a galaxy that had grown wary and suspicious of their name. This was the era of exile and scattering, a time of hardship, adaptation, and quiet resilience. In the wake of defeat, many Mandalorians returned to their homeworld, only to find Mandalore itself scarred by war. The lush forests and fertile plains had been reduced to wastelands, the cities left in ruins. The planet, once a symbol of strength and unity, now stood as a stark reminder of the cost of ambition and the dangers of unchecked conflict. For some, the sight was too much to bear, and they chose to leave Mandalore behind, seeking new beginnings on distant worlds. Others remained, determined to rebuild what had been lost. These Mandalorians clung to the old ways, preserving the traditions of their ancestors and teaching the Rezol Nar to their children. They gathered in small enclaves, hidden from the eyes of the Republic and the Jedi, and kept the stories of the great Mandalore alive. In the quiet of exile, the Mandalorians found strength in their shared history and the bonds of clan and family. But not all Mandalorians could find solace in tradition. For many, the galaxy had become a place of uncertainty and danger. The Republic, still wary of Mandalorian power, imposed strict controls on their movements and activities. Jedi patrols watched for any sign of renewed aggression, and bounty hunters were often hired to track down those who refused to submit. The Mandalorians became wanderers, mercenaries, and outcasts, survivors in a galaxy that no longer trusted them. This era saw the rise of the Mandalorian diaspora. Clans scattered across the stars, settling on remote planets and moons, far from the reach of the Republic. Some found work as soldiers for hire, their skills in battle making them valuable assets to warlords, crime syndicates, and planetary militias. Others became traders, explorers, or even pirates, adapting to whatever life demanded. The Mandalorian name, once feared across the galaxy, became a whisper, a legend told in the shadows of cantinas and the back alleys of distant worlds. Yet even in exile, the Mandalorians did not forget who they were. The traditions of armor, language, and clan remained strong, passed down from parent to child. The the forging of Beskar armor became a sacred rite, a way to honor the past and prepare for an uncertain future. Mandalorian children learned to fight, to survive, and to hold fast to the code that defined their people. The Rizal Nar was more than a set of rules. It was a lifeline, a reminder that no matter how far they wandered, they were never truly alone. The scattering of the clans also brought new opportunities. As Mandalorians settled in distant corners of the galaxy, they encountered new cultures, technologies, and ideas. Some clans formed alliances with local populations, sharing their knowledge of warfare and survival in exchange for shelter and resources. Others adopted new customs, blending Mandalorian tradition with the ways of their new homes. This adaptability became a hallmark of the Mandalorian spirit, allowing them to endure even in the harshest environments. But the price of exile was high. The bonds between clans grew thin, and old rivalries sometimes flared into open conflict. Without a Mandalore to unite them, the Mandalorians risked losing their sense of identity and purpose. Some feared that the old ways would be forgotten, that the stories of Tara Vizsla, the Darksaber, and the great Mandalores would fade into myth. In the darkness of exile, hope was a fragile thing. Yet, as always, the Mandalorians found ways to endure. Secret gatherings were held in hidden places, where elders recited the tales of Mandalore, and young warriors pledged themselves to the code. The Darksaber, lost to legend, remained a symbol of unity and the promise of a brighter future. Even in the farthest reaches of the galaxy, Mandalorians could recognize one another by the cut of their armor, the words of their language, and the unbreakable pride in their eyes. Over time, the Mandalorians began to adapt to their new reality. Some clans grew wealthy and powerful as mercenaries, their services sought after by those who valued skill and loyalty. Others became protectors of the weak, using their strength to defend those who could not defend themselves. The Mandalorian reputation for honor and courage endured, even as their numbers dwindled and their worlds remained in ruins. The era of exile and scattering was a time of quiet heroism and hidden strength. It was a period when the Mandalorians learned to survive without the comfort of home or the certainty of unity. They became a people of many worlds, yet always remained true to the heart of Mandalore. The stories of this era are filled with tales of sacrifice, resilience, and the unbreakable will to endure. In the shadows of exile, the Mandalorians waited. They watched the galaxy change, saw empires rise and fall, and never forgot the promise of the Mandalore. The dream of unity, of a restored Mandalore, lived on in every heart. The time would come when the clans would gather once more, when the Darksaber would shine again, and when the Mandalorians would reclaim their place among the stars. But the journey through exile was not only about survival, it was also about transformation. Mandalorians who settled on new worlds sometimes took local spouses, and their children grew up with a blend of Mandalorian and foreign customs. Some clans became known for their unique armor styles or dialects, while others developed new fighting techniques inspired by the worlds they now called home. The Mandalorian way was never static. It was a living tradition, shaped by the experiences of its people. There were also moments of great loss. Some clans vanished entirely, their names remembered only in song. Others were betrayed by those they trusted, or fell victim to the endless conflicts that plagued the galaxy. Yet even in the face of tragedy, the Mandalorians endured. They honored their dead with stories and rituals, believing that as long as a name was spoken, a warrior's spirit lived on. During this era, the Mandalorians also became legends in the eyes of others. On some worlds, they were seen as mysterious knights, protectors who arrived in times of need and vanished just as quickly. On others, they were feared as ruthless bounty hunters or pirates, their armor and weapons the stuff of nightmares. The truth, as always, was more complex. The Mandalorians were survivors, shaped by hardship, but never defined by it. As the centuries passed, whispers of Mandalorian unity began to stir once more. Stories spread of a new Mandalore who would rise to unite the clans, of the Darksaber returning to its rightful place, and of Mandalore itself being restored. These tales gave hope to those in exile, a reminder that no matter how far they wandered, they were still part of something greater. The era of exile and scattering was a crucible, forging the Mandalorians into a people who could endure anything. It was a time of loss, but also of growth, a testament to the resilience and adaptability that defined Mandalorian culture. Through it all, the heart of Mandalore beat on, steady and unbroken, waiting for the day when the clans would rise again. While your mind drifts through the stars, let the story of exile and scattering remind you that even in the darkest times, hope can survive. The Mandalorians endured, not because of power or numbers, but because of the strength of their spirit and the bonds of family. In every corner of the galaxy, the heart of Mandalore beats on, waiting for the day when the clans will rise again. The era of exile and scattering had tested the Mandalorian spirit, but it had not broken them. Across the galaxy, the scattered clans endured, adapting to new worlds and new ways of life. Yet, as the centuries passed, a longing for unity and purpose began to stir once more in the hearts of Mandalorians everywhere. The old stories of glory and conquest, of Mandalores and the Darksaber, were whispered in secret gatherings and sung around campfires. The time was coming for the Mandalorians to rise again, and when they did, it would be with a new vision and a new name, the Neo-Crusaders. The Neo-Crusaders emerged from the ashes of the old Mandalorian ways, inspired by the legends of the Crusaders who had once swept across the stars. They were led by a charismatic and ambitious warlord known as Mandalore the Ultimate, who called upon the scattered clans to unite under a single banner. His message was simple but powerful. The galaxy was weak, divided, and ripe for conquest. Only the Mandalorians, with their strength, discipline, and honor, could bring order to the chaos. Mandalore the Ultimate's vision was both a return to tradition and a bold step forward. The Neo-Crusaders adopted a new style of armor, sleek, uniform, and designed to inspire fear and respect. Gone were the days of each clan forging its own unique armor. Now, the Neo-Crusaders marched as one, their blue and silver plates gleaming in the light of distant suns. This new uniformity was more than a matter of appearance. It was a symbol of unity, a declaration that the Mandalorians were once again a force to be reckoned with. The rise of the Neo-Crusaders was swift and dramatic. Mandalore the Ultimate's call to arms resonated with Mandalorians young and old, and soon, warriors from every corner of the galaxy flocked to his side. The Neo-Crusaders began to conquer world after world, their discipline and tactics unmatched by any local resistance. They were not merely raiders or mercenaries. They were an army with a purpose, driven by a belief in their own destiny. But the Neo-Crusaders' ambitions did not go unnoticed. The Republic, still recovering from the scars of the Great Sith War, watched with growing alarm as the Mandalorians expanded their territory. The Jedi Council, wary of being drawn into another devastating conflict, urged caution and restraint. Yet the Mandalorians pressed on, undeterred by the warnings of the Republic or the wisdom of the Jedi. The Mandalorian Wars, as they would come to be known, began with a series of lightning strikes against the Outer Rim. The Neo-Crusaders moved with speed and precision, overwhelming planetary defenses and establishing strongholds on key worlds. Their reputation for honor and discipline was matched only by their ruthlessness in battle. For the Mandalorians, every victory was a step closer to reclaiming their place as the galaxy's greatest warriors. Yet, as the war dragged on, the Mandalorians found themselves facing a new and unexpected adversary, the Jedi Knight known as Revan. Revan was a brilliant strategist and a charismatic leader, whose understanding of both the Force and the art of war made him a formidable opponent. At first, the Jedi Council hesitated to intervene, fearing that direct involvement would only escalate the conflict. But as the Mandalorians continued their advance, Revan defied the Council's orders and led a group of Jedi and Republic forces into battle. The clash between the Neo-Crusaders and Revan's forces was epic in scale and intensity. Revan's tactics were unorthodox, blending Jedi wisdom with Mandalorian cunning. He studied the Mandalorians, learning their strengths and exploiting their weaknesses. The Mandalorians, for their part, respected Revan as a worthy foe, even as they fought to the last breath to resist his advance. One of the most significant battles of the war took place on the planet Malachor V. Here, Revan set a trap for the Mandalorian fleet, luring them into a massive confrontation. The battle was fierce and chaotic, with both sides suffering heavy losses. In a desperate bid to end the war, Revan unleashed a superweapon known as the Mass Shadow Generator, devastating the planet and annihilating the Mandalorian forces. The destruction was so complete that Malachor V became a graveyard, its surface scarred by the echoes of unimaginable power. The defeat at Malachor V marked the end of the Mandalorian Wars. Mandalore the Ultimate was captured and killed by Revan, and the surviving Mandalorians were forced to surrender. As a final act of humiliation, Revan ordered the Mandalorians to remove their helmets and scatter across the galaxy, forbidding them from ever again uniting under a single leader. The mask of Mandalore the Ultimate, a symbol of Mandalorian unity, was taken as a trophy and hidden away. The aftermath of the war was a time of mourning and reflection for the Mandalorians. The Neo-Crusaders, once so proud and united, were now scattered and leaderless. Many returned to the life of mercenaries and wanderers, their dreams of glory shattered by the reality of defeat. Yet even in the face of such loss, the Mandalorian spirit endured. The stories of the Neo-Crusaders and their war against Revan became legends, told to inspire future generations. The legacy of the Neo-Crusaders was complex. On one hand, they had restored a sense of unity and purpose to the Mandalorian people, reminding them of their strength and resilience. On the other, their defeat at the hands of Revan served as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked ambition and the importance of wisdom and humility. The Mandalorians learned that true strength was not found in conquest alone, but in the bonds of clan, the lessons of the past, and the courage to face the future. In the centuries that followed, the Mandalorians would continue to adapt and endure. The memory of the Neo-Crusaders lived on in their armor, their stories, and their unbreakable will. The Mask of Mandalore, lost but never forgotten, remained a symbol of hope, a promise that one day the Mandalorians would rise again. As you drift into sleep, let the story of the Neo-Crusaders and Revan's War remind you that even in defeat, there is honor. The Mandalorians endured not because they never fell, but because they always found the strength to rise once more. In every heart, the spirit of Mandalore lives on, waiting for the dawn of a new era. The defeat at Malachor V and the scattering of the Neo-Crusaders marked the beginning of a long, somber era for the Mandalorians. The galaxy moved on, but for the clans, the wounds of war ran deep. The proud warriors who had once challenged the Republic and the Jedi now found themselves living in the shadows, their numbers diminished, their unity shattered, and their future uncertain. This was the time known as the Dark Times, a period of survival, secrecy, and quiet endurance. In the aftermath of Revan's War, the Mandalorians became a people without a home. The Republic, wary of another uprising, kept a watchful eye on the Outer Rim, and the Jedi remained vigilant for any sign of Mandalorian resurgence. The Mask of Mandalore, the symbol of unity and leadership, was lost, hidden away by Revan to prevent the clans from rallying under a single banner. Without a Mandalore, the Mandalorians were left to fend for themselves, each clan charting its own course through a galaxy that had little room for old warriors. Many Mandalorians became mercenaries, selling their skills to the highest bidder. Their reputation for discipline, courage, and tactical brilliance made them valuable assets in the endless skirmishes and power struggles that plagued the galaxy's fringes. Some found work as bodyguards, bounty hunters, or soldiers in private armies. Others drifted from world to world, taking whatever jobs they could find, always keeping their armor close and their traditions alive. The Mandalorian name, once spoken with fear and respect, became a whisper in the underworld, a legend that lived on in the shadows. Yet, even as mercenaries and outcasts, the Mandalorians did not forget who they were. The Razal Nara remained the heart of their identity, guiding their actions and shaping their lives. Parents taught their children the old ways, passing down the language, the code, and the stories of Mandalore. The forging of Beskar armor became a sacred act, a way to honor the past and prepare for whatever the future might bring. In hidden enclaves and secret gatherings, the Mandalorians kept their culture alive, refusing to let the galaxy's indifference erase their legacy. The Dark Times were also a period of adaptation. The Mandalorians learned to survive in a galaxy that no longer welcomed them. Some clans blended in with local populations, adopting new customs and disguising their true identities. Others became experts in stealth and deception, using their skills to evade Republic patrols and Jedi investigators. The Mandalorian way was never static. It evolved with each new challenge, shaped by the experiences of those who lived it. Despite the hardships, there were moments of heroism and hope. Some Mandalorians became protectors of the weak, using their strength to defend those who could not defend themselves. On lawless worlds and in forgotten corners of the galaxy, stories spread of mysterious warriors who arrived in times of need, fought with unmatched skill, and vanished without a trace. These tales kept the legend of the Mandalorians alive, inspiring awe and gratitude among those they helped. One of the most famous figures of this era was Canderous Ordo, a veteran of the Mandalorian Wars, who would later become known as Mandalore the Preserver. Canderous was a warrior of great strength and cunning, respected by friend and foe alike. After the defeat at Malachor V, he wandered the galaxy as a mercenary, searching for purpose and meaning in a world that seemed to have forgotten the Mandalorians. Yet he never abandoned his heritage. In time, Canderous would gather other survivors, rekindling the hope of unity and the dream of a restored Mandalore. Canderous's journey was one of hardship and self-discovery. He fought in countless battles, served alongside unlikely allies, and learned the value of loyalty and honor in a world where such things were rare. His leadership and vision inspired others to remember the old ways, to believe that the Mandalorians could rise again. Under his guidance, the scattered clans began to reconnect, sharing stories, resources, and dreams of a brighter future. The Dark Times were not without their dangers. The galaxy was a place of shifting alliances and constant threats. Crime syndicates, warlords, and remnants of the Sith all sought to exploit the chaos left in the wake of the Mandalorian Wars. Some Mandalorians were drawn into these conflicts, using their skills to survive, but sometimes losing sight of the code that defined them. Others resisted, holding fast to the ideals of honor, loyalty, and the protection of the innocent. The struggle to maintain tradition in exile was not easy. Without a Mandalore to unite them, the clans risked losing their sense of identity and purpose. Old rivalries sometimes flared into open conflict, and the temptation to abandon the past for the sake of survival was ever present. Yet, through it all, the Mandalorians endured. They adapted, they learned, and they remembered. The stories of this era are filled with tales of quiet heroism and hidden strength. Mandalorian parents teaching their children the language and the code, even as they hid from Republic patrols. Warriors forging new armor from scavenged metal, determined to keep the tradition alive. Clans gathering in secret to share stories and renew their bonds. These moments, small and often unseen, were the foundation upon which the Mandalorians would one day rebuild. As the years passed, whispers of Mandalorian unity began to stir once more. The legend of the Darksaber, the promise of a new Mandalore, and the dream of a restored Mandalore gave hope to those in exile. The Mandalorians watched the galaxy change, saw empires rise and fall, and waited for the moment when they could reclaim their place among the stars. The dark times were a crucible, forging the Mandalorians into a people who could endure anything. It was a period of loss, but also of growth, a testament to the resilience and adaptability that defined Mandalorian culture. Through it all, the heart of Mandalore beat on, steady and unbroken, waiting for the day when the clans would rise again. As the galaxy hushes into silence, let the story of the dark times remind you that even in the shadows, hope can survive. The Mandalorians endured not because of power or numbers, but because of the strength of their spirit and the bonds of family. In every corner of the galaxy, the heart of Mandalore beats on, waiting for the dawn. The dark times had tested the Mandalorians in ways few could have imagined. Scattered across the galaxy, living as mercenaries, wanderers, and outcasts, they had survived by holding fast to their traditions and the unbreakable bonds of clan. Yet, even in exile, the dream of Mandalore endured, a hope that one day the clans would return to their homeworld and restore the glory of their people. That hope, whispered from parent to child and kept alive in secret gatherings, would finally begin to take shape in the era known as the Return to Mandalore. For generations, Mandalore itself had been a wounded world. The scars of war were everywhere. Cities lay in ruins, the once fertile plains had become barren, and the great forests were little more than memories. Yet, beneath the surface, the spirit of the planet remained. The Mandalorians who had stayed behind, or who had returned in secret, worked tirelessly to reclaim what had been lost. They rebuilt homes from the rubble, planted new crops in the stubborn soil, and taught their children the old ways. Every act of rebuilding was an act of defiance, a statement that Mandalore would not be forgotten. The return to Mandalore was not a single event, but a gradual process. Clans that had been scattered for centuries began to make their way home, drawn by stories of renewal and the promise of a new beginning. Some arrived in small groups, carrying little more than their armor and their memories. Others came as entire families, determined to reclaim their ancestral lands. The journey was often perilous, for the galaxy was still a dangerous place, and not all who called themselves Mandalorian were welcomed with open arms. As the clans returned, they brought with them the lessons learned in exile. Some had adopted new customs and technologies from the worlds where they had lived. Others had forged alliances with local populations, blending Mandalorian tradition with the ways of their new neighbors. This diversity became a source of strength, allowing the Mandalorians to adapt to the challenges of rebuilding their world. The old rivalries between clans did not disappear overnight, but the shared goal of restoring Mandalore helped to heal old wounds. The process of rebuilding was slow and often difficult. The land itself seemed to resist their efforts, as if testing the resolve of those who sought to reclaim it. Yet, the Mandalorians were nothing if not determined. They cleared the ruins of ancient cities, repaired roads and bridges, and restored the great halls where the clans had once gathered. The forging of Beskar armor became a symbol of renewal, each new suit a testament to the resilience of the Mandalorian spirit. Leadership during this era was crucial. Without a true Mandalore, the clans risked falling into old patterns of rivalry and conflict. Yet, in the absence of a single leader, a new kind of cooperation emerged. Clan leaders met in councils where decisions were made by consensus and the needs of the many were placed above the ambitions of the few. This spirit of collaboration allowed the Mandalorians to pool their resources, share knowledge, and face challenges together. The return to Mandalore was not without its dangers. The galaxy was still a place of shifting alliances and hidden threats. The Republic, wary of a resurgent Mandalorian power, kept a close watch on the planet. Crime syndicates and warlords saw opportunity in the chaos of rebuilding, and there were always those who sought to exploit the Mandalorians' desire for unity. Yet, for every challenge, the clans found a way to endure. They defended their world with the same courage and determination that had defined their people for centuries. As Mandalore was rebuilt, so too was its culture. The old songs and stories were revived, and new traditions were born. Children learned the language of their ancestors, practiced the art of combat, and listened to tales of the great Mandalore. Festivals marked the changing of the seasons, and the forging of new armor was celebrated as a rite of passage. The Mandalorians honored their dead with rituals and stories, believing that as long as a name was spoken, a warrior's spirit lived on. The return to Mandalore also brought new opportunities for connection. Clans that had once been rivals found common ground in the shared work of rebuilding. Marriages between members of different clans helped to forge new alliances, and the exchange of knowledge and resources strengthened the bonds of community. The Mandalorians became a people of many worlds, yet always remained true to the heart of Mandalore. In time, whispers of a new Mandalore began to circulate. Some believed that the Darksaber would return, carried by a leader worthy of uniting the clans. Others argued that true leadership was found not in a single person, but in the collective strength of the people. Debates raged in the great halls and around campfires, but all agreed that the future of Mandalore depended on unity, resilience, and the willingness to adapt. The era of the return to Mandalore was a time of hope and renewal, but also of reflection. The Mandalorians remembered the lessons of the past, the dangers of unchecked ambition, the importance of honor and loyalty, and the need to balance tradition with change. They honored the sacrifices of those who had come before, and looked to the future with cautious optimism. As the sun set over the rebuilt cities and the stars appeared in the night sky, the Mandalorians gathered to share stories, sing songs, and celebrate the spirit that had carried them through exile and back to their home. The heart of Mandalore beat strong once more, a beacon of hope for all who called the planet home. While sleep gently takes hold, let the story of the return to Mandalore remind you that even after the longest exile, home can be found again. The Mandalorians endured not because of the strength of their arms, but because of the strength of their hearts. In every act of rebuilding, in every story told, the spirit of Mandalore lives on, waiting for the dawn of a new day. The return to Mandalore brought hope and renewal, but it also set the stage for one of the most turbulent chapters in Mandalorian history. As the galaxy was swept into the chaos of the Clone Wars, Mandalore itself became a battleground, not just of armies, but of ideas. The ancient warrior culture that had defined the Mandalorians for millennia was challenged by a new vision of peace, and the planet was torn between tradition and change. This was the era of Mandalore divided. For generations, the Mandalorians had been known as the greatest warriors in the galaxy. Their armor, their code, and their reputation for fearlessness were legendary. But after centuries of war and exile, many on Mandalore longed for something different. They dreamed of a world where children could grow up without the shadow of conflict, where the clans could prosper through trade and diplomacy rather than conquest. This dream found its champion in Duchess Satine Kryze. Satine was a visionary leader, born into Clan Kryze, but determined to break the cycle of violence that had defined her people. She rose to power as the head of the new Mandalorians, a movement dedicated to pacifism, reform, and the rebuilding of Mandalore as a neutral world. Under her guidance, the capital city of Sundari was constructed, a gleaming metropolis beneath a protective dome, symbolizing both the fragility and the promise of peace. The new Mandalorians embraced a new way of life. Armor was set aside in favor of elegant robes, and the ancient weapons of war were locked away. The clans were encouraged to resolve their disputes through dialogue and cooperation, and Mandalore became a center of art, culture, and learning. For a time, it seemed that Satine's vision might succeed. The Republic recognized Mandalore's neutrality, and the planet enjoyed a period of prosperity and calm. But not all Mandalorians accepted this new path. For many, the warrior code was more than tradition, it was identity. They saw the new Mandalorians as weak, their pacifism as a betrayal of everything Mandalore stood for. In the shadows, a resistance began to form. Calling themselves Death Watch, these traditionalists were led by Pre Vizsla, a descendant of House Vizsla and a man who believed that only through strength could Mandalore survive. Death Watch operated from the moon of Concordia, recruiting disaffected warriors and plotting to overthrow Satine's government. They donned the old armor, trained in secret, and waited for the right moment to strike. Their goal was not just to reclaim Mandalore, but to restore the honor and glory of the Mandalorian way. The Darksaber, still in the possession of House Vizsla, became their rallying symbol, a reminder of the power and legacy they sought to reclaim. The conflict between the new Mandalorians and Death Watch simmered beneath the surface, erupting in acts of sabotage, assassination, and open rebellion. Satine, ever the idealist, refused to abandon her principles, even as the violence escalated. She sought allies in the Galactic Republic, hoping that diplomacy and reason could prevail. Among those who answered her call was Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had once shared a deep bond with Satine during his youth. Obi-Wan's presence on Mandalore brought both hope and complication. His respect for Satine and her vision was genuine, but he also understood the dangers posed by Death Watch and the fragility of peace. The Jedi, already stretched thin by the Clone Wars, were reluctant to intervene directly, fearing that Mandalore's neutrality would be compromised. Yet, as the conflict intensified, it became clear that Mandalore could not remain untouched by the galaxy's turmoil. Death Watch, frustrated by their inability to sway the people of Mandalore, sought new allies. They turned to the criminal underworld, forging alliances with smugglers, pirates, and even the shadowy forces of the Sith. With outside support, Death Watch launched a series of attacks on Sundari and other key locations, hoping to destabilize Satine's government and ignite a popular uprising. The people of Mandalore were caught in the middle. Some remained loyal to Satine and the promise of peace, while others were drawn to the call of tradition and the allure of the old ways. Families were divided, friendships tested, and the very soul of Mandalore hung in the balance. The struggle was not just for control of the planet, but for the future of Mandalorian identity itself. As the Clone Wars raged across the galaxy, Mandalore became a symbol of the larger conflict between war and peace, tradition and progress. The Republic and the Separatists both sought to influence the outcome, each hoping to gain a powerful ally. Satine resisted all attempts to draw Mandalore into the war, but the pressure was immense. Assassination attempts, political intrigue, and betrayals became daily realities. In the midst of this turmoil, the daily life of Mandalorians changed. Children who once dreamed of donning Beskar armor now learned the arts of negotiation and diplomacy. The great halls that had echoed with the songs of warriors now hosted debates and councils. Yet, in the quiet corners of Sundari, some still whispered the old stories, and a few kept hidden pieces of armor, waiting for the day when they might be needed again. The tension between the old and new ways was felt in every aspect of Mandalorian society. Some clans embraced Satine's vision, seeing in it a chance for their children to live without fear. Others joined Deathwatch, convinced that only by returning to their warrior roots could Mandalore survive in a dangerous galaxy. Many simply tried to endure, hoping that peace would hold and that their world would not be torn apart once more. Deathwatch's campaign of terror escalated, with bombings, kidnappings, and public executions meant to intimidate the population and undermine Satine's authority. The new Mandalorians responded with increased security and crackdowns, but these measures only deepened the divisions. Trust eroded and suspicion grew. The once bright promise of Sundari began to dim, its domes casting long shadows over a people uncertain of their future. The involvement of the Sith, particularly the enigmatic Darth Maul, would soon tip the balance. Maul, seeking power and revenge, saw in Mandalore an opportunity to build his own empire. He allied with Deathwatch, offering them the resources and support they needed to seize control. With Maul's help, Deathwatch launched a coup, capturing Satine and taking control of Sundari. The city's domes, once symbols of peace, now echoed with the sounds of marching boots and the clash of armor. Satine's capture was a moment of profound sorrow for Mandalore. Many who had doubted her vision now saw the cost of division and the dangers of extremism. Obi-Wan Kenobi, risking everything, attempted to rescue her, but was ultimately unable to save her from Maul's wrath. Satine's death marked the end of the new Mandalorian dream and the beginning of a new era of darkness and uncertainty. Under Maul's rule, Mandalore became a place of fear and oppression. The clans, once again, were forced to choose sides, some resisting the new regime, others collaborating in hopes of survival. The Darksaber, now wielded by Maul, became a symbol of tyranny rather than hope. Yet, even in these darkest days, the Mandalorian spirit endured. Small bands of rebels, led by figures like Bo-Katan Kryze, Satine's sister, began to organize resistance, determined to reclaim their world and restore the honor of their people. The era of Mandalore divided was a time of heartbreak and hope, of old wounds reopened and new dreams born. It was a reminder that the path to peace is never easy, and that the struggle to define one's identity is as old as Mandalore itself. Through it all, the Mandalorians endured, holding fast to the belief that one day their world would be whole again. As stardust settles across your thoughts, let the story of Mandalore divided remind you that even in times of conflict, the search for peace and understanding is a journey worth taking. The Mandalorians, torn between past and future, never lost sight of the hope that unity could be found, even in the midst of division. The fall of Duchess Satine Kryze and the rise of Deathwatch marked a dark turning point for Mandalore, but the true shadow that fell over the planet came from beyond its own clans. In the chaos of the Clone Wars, a new power emerged, one that would twist Mandalore's fate and plunge its people into a new era of fear and resistance. This was the time of the Shadow Collective and the rule of Darth Maul. Darth Maul, once a Sith apprentice cast aside by his master, had survived his apparent death and returned to the galaxy with a singular purpose: to seize power and exact revenge on those who had wronged him. Maul was no ordinary warlord. His mastery of the dark side, his cunning, and his relentless will made him a force unlike any Mandalore had ever faced. He saw in Mandalore not just a world to conquer, but a symbol, a throne from which he could challenge both the Jedi and the Sith. To achieve his ambitions, Maul formed the Shadow Collective, an alliance of criminal syndicates and underworld factions. Black Sun, the Pike Syndicate, and the Hutt Cartel all joined his cause, lured by promises of power and profit. With this formidable network at his command, Maul set his sights on Mandalore, knowing that control of the planet would give him both legitimacy and a powerful army. Death Watch, led by Pre Vizsla, welcomed Maul's support at first. They saw in him a means to overthrow Satine and restore Mandalore's warrior heritage. But Maul was never content to be a mere ally. He challenged Pre Vizsla for leadership, invoking the ancient Mandalorian tradition of combat by right. In a brutal duel, Maul defeated Vizsla and claimed the Darksaber, the symbol of Mandalorian leadership. With the blade in his hand, Maul declared himself the new ruler of Mandalore. For many Mandalorians, the sight of an outsider, especially a former Sith, wielding the Darksaber, was a bitter humiliation. Some clans, bound by tradition, accepted Maul's rule, believing that the right to lead belonged to the victor. Others, led by Bo-Katan Kryze and her loyalists, refused to bow to a foreign conqueror. The planet was plunged into civil war, with Mandalorians fighting Mandalorians, and the Shadow Collective enforcing Maul's will through fear and violence. Under Maul's rule, Mandalore became a world of shadows. The once bright domes of Sundari were darkened by suspicion and oppression. The Shadow Collective's enforcers patrolled the streets, rooting out dissent and crushing resistance. The people lived in fear, uncertain whom to trust or where to turn. The proud traditions of the Mandalorians were twisted to serve Maul's ambitions, and the Darksaber, once a symbol of hope, became a tool of tyranny. Maul's regime was ruthless and efficient. He installed puppet leaders loyal to the Shadow Collective, ensuring that every aspect of Mandalorian life was under his control. The markets of Sundari, once bustling with trade and laughter, became places of whispered rumors and wary glances. Curfews were imposed, and anyone suspected of disloyalty was dealt with harshly. The Mandalorian people, so long defined by their independence and pride, now found themselves living under the yoke of a foreign despot. Yet even in these darkest days, the spirit of Mandalore endured. Bo-Katan and her followers formed a resistance, striking from hidden bases and rallying those who refused to accept Maul's rule. They were joined by unlikely allies, including former Death Watch members who had come to see the true cost of their alliance with the Shadow Collective. The resistance was outnumbered and outgunned, but their determination never wavered. The struggle for Mandalore reached its climax in the Siege of Mandalore, a battle that would become legend. As the Clone Wars neared their end, Bo-Katan sought help from the Jedi, appealing to Ahsoka Tano, a former Jedi Padawan who had left the Order but still fought for justice. Ahsoka, moved by the plight of Mandalore and her own sense of duty, agreed to help. She brought with her a detachment of clone troopers led by Captain Rex, and together they launched a daring assault on Sundari. The battle was fierce and chaotic. Maul, sensing the end of his rule, unleashed all the power at his command. The city became a war zone, with Mandalorians, clones, and Shadow Collective enforcers clashing in the streets and corridors. Ahsoka confronted Maul in a duel that tested both their skills and their resolve. The fight between Ahsoka and Maul was not just a contest of strength, but of ideals. Ahsoka fighting for hope and freedom, Maul for power and vengeance. In the end, Maul was captured, but the victory came at a terrible cost. The Siege of Mandalore coincided with the fall of the Republic and the rise of the Empire. As Order 66 was issued, the clone troopers turned on their Jedi allies, and chaos engulfed the galaxy. Mandalore, already devastated by war, was left vulnerable to imperial occupation. The dream of freedom and unity was once again shattered, and the Mandalorians faced a new era of oppression. In the aftermath, Bo-Katan and her loyalists continued to resist, but the odds were against them. The Empire, recognizing the threat posed by Mandalorian warriors, imposed harsh rule on the planet. The Darksaber was lost once more, its fate uncertain, and the clans were scattered yet again. The proud halls of Mandalore fell silent, and the people were forced to endure under the watchful eyes of imperial overseers. Yet even in defeat, the Mandalorian spirit was not extinguished. The stories of resistance, of Bo-Katan's courage, and of Ahsoka's stand against Maul became legends, told in secret gatherings and whispered among the exiles. The dark saber, though lost, remained a symbol of hope, a promise that one day Mandalore would rise again. The era of the Shadow Collective and Maul's rule was a time of darkness and loss, but also of resilience and defiance. It was a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, the Mandalorians could not be broken. Their identity, forged in the fires of war and tempered by the bonds of clan, endured through every trial. The impact of Maul's rule was felt not only on Mandalore, but across the galaxy. The Shadow Collective's reach extended to distant worlds, spreading chaos and fear wherever it went. The criminal syndicates that had once served Maul's ambitions now found themselves hunted by the Empire, their power broken and their leaders scattered. The fall of the Shadow Collective marked the end of an era, but the scars it left on Mandalore would take generations to heal. For the Mandalorians, the years that followed were a time of reflection and mourning. The loss of Satine, the betrayal of Death Watch, and the devastation wrought by Maul's rule weighed heavily on the hearts of the people. Yet in the quiet moments between battles, the Mandalorians remembered who they were. They honored their dead with stories and rituals, believing that as long as a name was spoken, a warrior's spirit lived on. The children of Mandalore grew up hearing tales of the siege, of Ahsoka's bravery, and of Bo-Katan's unyielding resolve. These stories became a source of strength, a reminder that even in the darkest times, hope could survive. The forging of new armor, the teaching of the Rezolnar, and the quiet gatherings of clan and family kept the Mandalorian way alive. As the Empire tightened its grip, some Mandalorians chose to go into hiding, living as farmers, traders, or wanderers on distant worlds. Others joined the growing resistance against Imperial rule, fighting not just for Mandalore, but for the freedom of the galaxy. The Darksaber, lost but not forgotten, remained a beacon, a symbol of the unity and strength that would one day return. The era of the Shadow Collective and Maul's rule was a crucible, forging the Mandalorians into a people who could endure anything. It was a time of loss, but also of growth, a testament to the resilience and adaptability that defined Mandalorian culture. Through it all, the heart of Mandalore beat on, steady and unbroken, waiting for the day when the clans would rise again. While you travel quietly between dreams, let the story of the Shadow Collective and Maul's rule remind you that even in the darkest times, the light of hope can survive. The Mandalorians, tested by betrayal and oppression, never lost sight of who they were. In every heart, the dream of Mandalore lived on, waiting for the day when the clans would rise together once more. The fall of the Shadow Collective and the end of Maul's rule did not bring peace to Mandalore. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new and even more oppressive era. As the Republic transformed into the Galactic Empire, Mandalore found itself under the shadow of a power greater and more ruthless than any it had ever known. The Empire's arrival would change the fate of the Mandalorians forever, testing their spirit, their unity, and their very survival. In the immediate aftermath of the Siege of Mandalore, The planet was left battered and vulnerable. The domed cities of Sundari and Keldabe bore the scars of battle, and the clans were exhausted from years of civil war and foreign occupation. The people mourned their dead and tried to rebuild, but the wounds ran deep. The Darksaber, once a symbol of hope and unity, had vanished into legend once more, its fate unknown. The Empire wasted no time in asserting its control. Imperial star destroyers appeared in Mandalore's skies, and stormtroopers marched through the streets. The new regime promised order and stability, but it quickly became clear that the Empire's true goal was domination. Mandalore's resources, its Beskar, its technology, and its strategic position were too valuable to be left in the hands of a proud and independent people. The first years of imperial rule were marked by a campaign of intimidation and suppression. The Empire disbanded the Mandalorian government, dissolved the councils of the clans, and installed puppet leaders loyal to Coruscant. The Mandalorian language was discouraged, and the teaching of the old ways was forbidden. Beskar, the sacred metal of Mandalore, was seized by imperial authorities and shipped off-world to be used in the construction of imperial war machines. The forging of new armor was strictly regulated, and only those who served the Empire were allowed to wear it openly. For many Mandalorians, these changes were unbearable. The loss of their autonomy, their culture, and their heritage was a wound deeper than any suffered in battle. Some tried to adapt, hoping to survive by cooperating with the new rulers. Others went underground, forming secret societies and resistance cells dedicated to preserving the Mandalorian way. The clans, once divided by rivalry and ambition, now found common cause in their shared oppression. The Empire's most brutal act would become known as the Great Purge. Fearing the Mandalorians' potential for rebellion, the Empire launched a campaign of terror and extermination. Entire cities were razed, and thousands of Mandalorians were killed or taken away, never to be seen again. The Night of 1,000 Tears became a legend of horror, a night when the skies over Mandalore burned with fire and the rivers ran red. The Empire's forces, led by Moff Gideon and his death troopers, hunted down anyone who dared to resist. Beskar, once the pride of Mandalore, became a symbol of loss. The Empire melted down the sacred metal, erasing the history and identity of the people who had forged it. Mandalorian armor, passed down through generations, was confiscated or destroyed. The few who managed to keep their armor did so at great personal risk, hiding it away and wearing it only in secret. The Mandalorian creed, once spoken openly, became a whisper among the survivors. Yet, even in the face of such devastation, the Mandalorian spirit endured. The survivors of the Purge scattered across the galaxy, forming hidden enclaves and taking new names to protect their identities. Some became bounty hunters, mercenaries, or smugglers, using their skills to survive in a hostile universe. Others dedicated themselves to preserving the old ways, teaching the Resolnar to their children, and forging new armor from whatever scraps of Beskar they could find. The Children of the Watch, a secretive sect, emerged during this time. They believed that the only way to preserve Mandalorian culture was to return to the strictest interpretation of the creed. They lived in hiding, never removing their helmets in the presence of others and shunning the outside world. For them, survival meant sacrifice, and every day was a test of faith and endurance. The Empire's occupation of Mandalore was not absolute. Small bands of rebels, led by figures like Bo-Katan Kryze, continued to fight for freedom. They launched daring raids against Imperial convoys, rescued prisoners, and sabotaged the Empire's efforts to strip Mandalore of its resources. These acts of resistance were dangerous and often costly, but they kept the hope of liberation alive. The Mandalorian diaspora spread far and wide. On distant worlds, Mandalorians found new homes and new allies. Some joined the growing rebellion against the Empire, lending their skills and courage to the fight for galactic freedom. Others became legends in their own right, their exploits inspiring awe and fear in equal measure. The Mandalorian name, once nearly erased, began to echo once more in the cantinas and marketplaces of the Outer Rim. The legacy of the Empire's shadow was one of pain and resilience. The Mandalorians had lost their home, their unity, and much of their history, but they had not lost themselves. The stories of the Purge, the Night of 1,000 Tears, and the secret enclaves became the new legends of Mandalore. They were stories of survival, of sacrifice, and of the unbreakable will to endure. For the children who grew up in exile, the old songs and stories were a lifeline. They learned the language of their ancestors, practiced the art of combat, and listened to tales of the Darksaber and the great Mandalores. The forging of new armor, even from the smallest piece of Beskar, was a rite of passage, a way to honor the past and prepare for the future. The Empire's shadow would linger for many years, shaping the destiny of Mandalore and its people. But even as the darkness seemed absolute, the Mandalorians never lost hope. They remembered who they were, and they believed that one day the clans would rise again. As your breathing slows and the stars keep watch, let the story of the Empire's shadow remind you that even in the face of overwhelming odds, the spirit of Mandalore endures. The Mandalorians, tested by loss and oppression, never forgot their heritage. In every heart, the dream of Mandalore lives on, waiting for the dawn of a new era. The Empire's shadow loomed long over Mandalore, but even in the darkest times, the embers of resistance never truly died. Scattered across the galaxy, Mandalorians clung to their heritage, their armor, and their hope. The stories of the Great Purge and the Night of 1,000 Tears were whispered in secret, fueling a quiet determination to survive and one day to reclaim what had been lost. In this era, new heroes would rise, and the legend of Mandalore would find new life in the fires of rebellion. Among the most important figures of this time was Sabine Wren, a young Mandalorian from Clan Wren of House Vizsla. Sabine's story began far from Mandalore, on the planet Crownest, where her family had retreated after the Purge. Like many of her generation, Sabine grew up in exile, learning the old ways from her mother, Ursa Wren, and the traditions of her clan. But Sabine was also an artist, a dreamer, and a rebel at heart. She would become a symbol of hope, not just for Mandalorians, but for the entire galaxy. Sabine's journey took her into the heart of the growing rebellion against the Empire. She joined the crew of the Ghost, a small band of freedom fighters led by Hera Syndulla. With them, Sabine found a new family and a new purpose. She used her skills as a warrior and an artist to fight the Empire, leaving her mark in the form of vibrant graffiti and daring acts of sabotage. Her armor, painted in bold colors and symbols, became a statement of defiance, a reminder that Mandalorian culture could not be erased. But Sabine's greatest legacy would come with the rediscovery of the Darksaber. The ancient weapon, lost since the fall of Maul's rule, was found in the depths of Dathomir. Sabine, guided by the Force-sensitive Jedi Kanan Jarrus and his apprentice Ezra Bridger, claimed the blade and began to train with it. At first, she doubted her worthiness, haunted by the choices she had made and the pain of her family's suffering. But through struggle and perseverance, Sabine came to understand the true meaning of the Darksaber, not as a tool of conquest, but as a symbol of unity and hope. With the Darksaber in hand, Sabine returned to Mandalore, seeking to unite the clans against the Empire. Her journey was not easy. Old rivalries and wounds ran deep, and many Mandalorians were wary of following a young woman who had spent so much time among outsiders. But Sabine's courage, compassion, and determination won her allies. She challenged Gar Saxon, the Imperial Viceroy of Mandalore, in single combat and emerged victorious, freeing her family and inspiring others to join the cause. Sabine's actions sparked a new wave of resistance. Clans Wren, Kryze, Vizsla, and others rallied together, forming a united front against the Empire's occupation. Bo-Katan Kryze, the sister of Duchess Satine and a veteran of the wars against Maul, emerged as a leader. Sabine, recognizing Bo-Katan's experience and vision, passed the darksaber to her, declaring her the rightful Mandalore. With the blade in her hand, Bo-Katan called the clans to arms, and the Mandalorians rose once more to fight for their freedom. The battles that followed were fierce and costly. The Empire, determined to maintain control of Mandalore, unleashed its full might. Star Destroyers bombarded cities, and stormtroopers hunted rebels through the ruins. The Mandalorians, outnumbered and outgunned, relied on their cunning, their armor, and their unbreakable will. They struck from hidden bases, using hit-and-run tactics to harass Imperial forces and disrupt supply lines. Every victory, no matter how small, was a step toward liberation. The struggle for Mandalore was not just a military campaign. It was a battle for the soul of a people. The Mandalorians had to confront the legacy of their past, the divisions that had weakened them, the mistakes that had led to their downfall, and the challenge of forging a new identity in a changing galaxy. For some, the fight was about revenge. For others, it was about redemption. But for all, it was a chance to reclaim their heritage and shape their own destiny. Throughout this era, the bonds of clan and family were tested and strengthened. Mandalorian children learned the stories of Sabine, Bo-Katan, and the heroes of the Resistance. The forging of new armor became a symbol of hope, and the old songs were sung once more in secret gatherings. The darksaber, passed from hand to hand, reminded all who saw it that leadership must be earned and that unity was the key to survival. The Mandalorian resistance was not alone in its struggle. Across the galaxy, the Rebel Alliance fought its own battles against the Empire. Mandalorians and rebels formed uneasy alliances, sharing intelligence, resources, and sometimes even warriors. The skills of Mandalorian fighters became legendary among the rebels, and their presence on the battlefield inspired both fear and admiration. As the Galactic Civil War reached its climax, the fate of Mandalore remained uncertain. The Empire's grip was strong, and the scars of the Purge ran deep. But the Mandalorians had learned to endure. They had survived exile, occupation, and betrayal. Now, united by a common cause and inspired by the heroes of their own time, they stood ready to reclaim their world. The story of rebels and resistance is one of courage, sacrifice, and the unbreakable will to fight for what is right. It is a story of families torn apart and brought together, of old wounds healed and new dreams born. It is a reminder that even in the darkest times, hope can survive, and that the spirit of Mandalore can never truly be extinguished. While you float through the quiet of deep space, let the story of Mandalorian rebels and resistance remind you that the fight for freedom is never easy, but always worth taking. The Mandalorians, tested by loss and oppression, never forgot who they were. In every heart, the dream of Mandalore lives on, waiting for the dawn of a new era. The fires of rebellion had burned bright, and the Mandalorians had once again shown the galaxy their unbreakable spirit. Yet, as the Empire fell and a new age dawned, Mandalore and its people faced a future filled with both hope and uncertainty. The scars of the Purge and the long years of exile could not be erased overnight. The clans were scattered, their homeworld still in ruins, and the dark saber, symbol of unity and leadership, remained a beacon, but also a challenge. In this new era, the Mandalorians would have to rediscover what it truly meant to walk the way. The fall of the Empire brought a measure of freedom, but not immediate peace. The galaxy was in turmoil, with warlords, remnants of imperial power, and new factions vying for control. For the Mandalorians, the end of imperial rule was both a liberation and a test. Some returned to Mandalore, determined to rebuild. Others remained in exile, wary of new threats and old divisions. The question of leadership loomed large. Who would unite the clans, and what would it mean to be Mandalorian in a galaxy that had changed so much? In the shadows of this uncertain time, a new creed began to take root. Among the scattered survivors, the Children of the Watch emerged as a secretive and devout sect. They believed that the only way to preserve Mandalorian culture was to return to the strictest interpretation of the old ways. For them, the creed was everything. This is the way. They lived in hidden enclaves, never removing their helmets in the presence of others and shunning the outside world. Their rituals and discipline kept the flame of Mandalore alive, even as the galaxy moved on. The Children of the Watch were not the only Mandalorians to survive. Other clans, less rigid but equally proud, kept their own traditions. Some sought to restore Mandalore through diplomacy and alliance, while others believed that only strength and unity could reclaim their world. The debates were fierce, but beneath the surface, all Mandalorians shared a longing for home and a hope for the future. It was in this fractured landscape that a new legend was born. The story of Din Djarin, known simply as the Mandalorian. Din was a foundling, rescued as a child by the Children of the Watch after his family was killed during the Clone Wars. Raised in the Creed, he became a skilled bounty hunter, traveling the Outer Rim in search of work and meaning. His armor, forged from Beskar, was both his protection and his identity, a symbol of the Mandalorian way. Din's life changed forever when he was tasked with capturing a mysterious child, known to the galaxy as Grogu. The child, strong in the Force and sought by remnants of the Empire, awakened something in Din, a sense of responsibility, compassion, and honor that went beyond the bounty hunter's code. Defying his orders, Din chose to protect Grogu, becoming his guardian and, in many ways, his father. Their journey together became a new chapter in Mandalorian history. As Din and Grogu traveled from world to world, they encountered allies and enemies, Mandalorians and outsiders, all struggling to find their place in a changing galaxy. Along the way, Din learned the true meaning of the Creed, not just the rules, but the spirit of loyalty, sacrifice, and the family that defined his people. The legend of the Dark Saber returned to the forefront during this era. Din Djarin, through a twist of fate, came into possession of the ancient blade after defeating Moff Gideon in combat. The Dark Saber, long lost and coveted by many, now rested in the hands of a foundling who had never sought power. The rules of Mandalorian tradition dictated that the blade could only be claimed through victory in battle, and so Din found himself at the center of a new struggle for leadership. Bo-Katan Kryze, still determined to unite Mandalore, sought the Darksaber to rally the clans. Yet, tradition demanded that she win it in combat, and Din, bound by honor, could not simply give it to her. The dilemma highlighted the tension between the letter and the spirit of Mandalorian law, a challenge that echoed through the ages. What mattered more, the weapon or the will to lead, the rules or the reason behind them? As Mandalorians gathered in secret, debating the future of their people, the galaxy watched. The legend of the Mandalorian and the child spread far and wide, inspiring hope among the exiles and fear among their enemies. The creed, "This is the way," became a rallying cry, a reminder that Mandalorian identity was not just about armor or weapons, but about the choices one made and the values one upheld. The new era was one of both challenge and opportunity. The Mandalorians, scattered but not broken, began to find each other once more. Clans that had been rivals in the past forged new alliances, united by the dream of a restored Mandalore. The forging of new armor, the teaching of the Resol Nare, and the telling of old stories became acts of resistance and hope. Children learned the language of their ancestors, and the songs of Mandalore were sung again in hidden places. Yet the path forward was not easy. The scars of the purge, the divisions of the past, and the demands of tradition all weighed heavily on the Mandalorians. Some questioned whether the old ways could survive in a galaxy that had changed so much. Others argued that only by adapting could Mandalore endure. The debates were passionate, but beneath them all was a shared belief that the spirit of Mandalore could never be extinguished. As Din Djarin and Grogu's story continued, it became clear that the future of Mandalore would not be decided by a single leader or a single creed. It would be shaped by the choices of many, by the courage to protect the innocent, the wisdom to learn from the past, and the willingness to stand together in the face of adversity. The dark saber, the creed, and the bonds of clan and family would all play their part, but the true strength of Mandalore would always come from its people. The new era was a time of hope, of rebuilding, and of rediscovery. The Mandalorians, tested by fire and loss, had survived. Now, they stood on the threshold of a new beginning, ready to reclaim their place in the galaxy. The way forward would not be easy, but it would be theirs to choose. As forgotten empires echo through your dreams, let the story of the new era remind you that the journey is never truly over. The Mandalorians, guided by the creed and the lessons of the past, continue to walk the way, one step at a time, together. In every heart, the dream of Mandalore lives on, waiting for the dawn of a new day. Beyond the battles, the legends, and the shifting tides of galactic history, the true heart of Mandalore has always been its people, their daily lives, their rituals, and the traditions that bind them together. For Mandalorians, culture is not just a matter of heritage. It is a living, breathing force shaped by centuries of struggle and survival. In this chapter, we step away from the clash of armies and the weight of destiny to explore the customs, beliefs, and rhythms of Mandalorian life. At the center of Mandalorian culture is the clan. Clans are more than families. They are communities, networks of loyalty and support that stretch across worlds and generations. Each clan has its own sigil, colors, and stories, passed down from parent to child. The bonds of clan are sacred, and to betray one's clan is to lose one's place in Mandalorian society. Yet, the clans are not closed circles. Adoption is common, and foundlings, orphans rescued in times of war, are welcomed and raised as true Mandalorians. This tradition of inclusion has allowed Mandalorian culture to endure, even as the galaxy changes around it. The home is a place of both refuge and pride. Mandalorian dwellings are often simple but sturdy, built to withstand the harsh environments of Mandalore and the Outer Rim. Inside, the walls are decorated with clan banners, weapons, and tokens of past victories. Meals are shared communally, with recipes and stories passed down through generations. The act of sharing food is a symbol of trust and unity, and even in exile, Mandalorians gather to break bread and remember their roots. Language is another pillar of Mandalorian identity. Mandoa, the ancient tongue, is spoken in homes, sung in songs, and used in rituals. It is a language of warriors, rich with words for honor, courage, and loyalty. Children learn Mandoa from an early age, and even those who grow up far from Mandalore are taught the old words and phrases. The language is a link to the past, a way of keeping the memory of Mandalore alive. Armor is perhaps the most visible symbol of Mandalorian culture. Beskar Gam, the iron skin, is more than protection. It is a statement of identity. Each suit of armor is unique, forged to fit its wearer, and often decorated with clan colors, personal sigils, and marks of honor. The process of forging and maintaining armor is a rite of passage, a skill taught from one generation to the next. The act of donning armor is sacred, a reminder of the responsibilities and traditions that come with being Mandalorian. The helmet, in particular, holds deep significance. For many, especially among the children of the Watch, the helmet is never removed in the presence of others. This practice is both a sign of devotion and a way of preserving anonymity and unity. To remove one's helmet is to reveal one's true self, and it is done only in the most private and trusted company. The helmet is a shield, a mask, and a symbol of the creed. This is the way. Rituals and ceremonies mark the passage of life. The forging of a new piece of armor, the adoption of a foundling, and the coming of age of a young warrior are all celebrated with feasts, songs, and the telling of stories. The Rezol Nar, the 6 actions, are recited and explained to every child. Wear your armor, speak the language, defend yourself and your family, raise your children as Mandalorians, contribute to the welfare of your clan, and rally to the Mandalore when called. These tenets are the foundation of Mandalorian life, guiding every decision and action. Combat training is a daily part of life, but it is not glorified for its own sake. Mandalorians believe in being prepared, in honing their skills to protect themselves and their loved ones. Children learn to fight from an early age, but they are also taught restraint, discipline, and the value of mercy. Honor in battle is important, but so is wisdom in knowing when to fight and when to seek peace. Art and music are woven into the fabric of Mandalorian culture. Songs tell the stories of great battles, lost loves, and the heroes of old. Instruments like the bezbev, a kind of flute, are played at gatherings and celebrations. Visual art, from armor etchings to murals on city walls, reflects the history and hopes of the people. Even in times of war, Mandalorians find ways to create beauty and express their identity. Storytelling is a cherished tradition. Around campfires and in the halls of clan homes, elders recount the tales of Mandalore I, Tara Vizsla, Satine Kryze, and countless others. These stories are more than entertainment. They are lessons, warnings, and sources of inspiration. Through stories, the values of courage, loyalty, and resilience are passed down, ensuring that each new generation understands what it means to be Mandalorian. Death is not feared, but honored. Mandalorians believe that as long as a warrior's name is spoken, their spirit lives on. Funerals are occasions for remembrance and celebration, with songs, stories, and the sharing of memories. The armor of the fallen is often passed to a new wearer. Its scars and marks, a testament to the life and deeds of its previous owner. The Mandalorian way is not without its challenges. The demands of the creed, the weight of tradition, and the realities of a dangerous galaxy can be difficult to bear. Debates over the meaning of the old ways, the role of the Mandalore, and the place of outsiders are common. Yet through it all, the Mandalorians endure. Their adaptability, their sense of community, and their unbreakable will have allowed them to survive every trial. In times of peace, Mandalorians are builders, artists, and teachers. In times of war, they are warriors, strategists, and protectors. The balance between these roles is the essence of Mandalorian culture, a culture that values both strength and compassion, both tradition and innovation. As the galaxy changes, so too does Mandalorian culture. New generations bring new ideas, blending the old ways with the realities of a wider universe. Yet the core values remain: honor, loyalty, family, and the unyielding belief that Mandalore is more than a place. It is a people, a way of life, and a legacy that endures. While the night carries you deeper inward, let the story of Mandalorian culture and traditions remind you that identity is not just inherited, but chosen and lived every day. The Mandalorians, through all their trials, have shown that the heart of a people is found not just in their victories, but in the bonds they forge, the stories they tell, and the traditions they keep alive. The story of the Mandalorians is not confined to the surface of Mandalore or the halls of its ancient cities. Over centuries of war, exile, and adventure, Mandalorians have left their mark on countless worlds, shaping the fate of the galaxy in ways both subtle and profound. Their armor, their code, and their reputation have become legendary, inspiring awe, fear, and respect wherever they go. In this chapter, we journey beyond Mandalore to explore the lives and legacies of Mandalorians across the stars. From the earliest days of the diaspora, Mandalorian clans have settled on distant planets, adapting to new environments and forging new identities. Some became protectors of frontier worlds, offering their skills as warriors and guardians in exchange for a place to call home. Others became mercenaries, bounty hunters, or explorers, seeking fortune and adventure in the uncharted reaches of the Outer Rim. The Mandalorian name, once synonymous with conquest, became a symbol of resilience and adaptability. Among the most famous Mandalorians to walk the galaxy's many paths are those whose stories have become legend. Jango Fett, born on the world of Conquered Dawn, rose from humble beginnings to become one of the most feared bounty hunters of his age. Orphaned by war and taken in by Mandalorian warriors, Jango learned the ways of the armor and the code. His skills caught the attention of the galaxy's most powerful figures, and he was chosen as the genetic template for the Grand Army of the Republic. Through Jango, the legacy of Mandalore was carried into the heart of the Clone Wars, as millions of clone troopers marched into battle wearing armor inspired by Mandalorian design. Jango's son, Boba Fett, would become a legend in his own right. Raised as a true son, not a clone, Boba inherited his father's armor and reputation. From the deserts of Tatooine to the halls of Jabba the Hutt, Boba's name became synonymous with relentless pursuit and unbreakable will. Though he walked a solitary path, Boba never forgot the lessons of his Mandalorian heritage. In time, he would reclaim his place among the clans, forging new alliances and writing his own chapter in the saga of Mandalore. But the influence of Mandalorians extends far beyond the Fett family. Throughout the galaxy, Mandalorians have played pivotal roles in the rise and fall of empires, the defense of the innocent, and the shaping of galactic history. On the world of Concordia, Mandalorian miners and warriors kept the old ways alive, even as the planet's surface was scarred by conflict. On Crownest, Clan Wren became renowned for their artistry and courage, producing heroes like Sabine Wren, who would inspire a new generation of rebels. Mandalorians have also left their mark on the cultures and politics of other worlds. In the Outer Rim, stories abound of Mandalorian mercenaries who defended settlements from pirates and slavers, earning the gratitude and loyalty of those they protected. On worlds like Gargon and Shogun, Mandalorian enclaves became centers of trade, learning, and innovation, blending the traditions of Mandalore with the customs of their new homes. The Mandalorian way has proven remarkably adaptable. In some places, Mandalorians have become local leaders, forging alliances with planetary governments and shaping the destinies of entire regions. In others, they have remained outsiders, respected, and sometimes feared for their skills and their code. The sight of Beskar armor, gleaming in the sun or shadowed in the night, is enough to command attention and respect in any corner of the galaxy. Yet, for all their diversity, Mandalorians across the stars remain bound by common values. The Resol Nar, the 6 actions, guide their lives no matter where they settle. The bonds of clan and family endure, strengthened by the shared experience of exile and survival. The forging and wearing of armor remains a sacred act, a link to the past and a promise for the future. Mandalorian culture has also influenced the wider galaxy in unexpected ways. The design of clone trooper armor, the tactics of elite commando units, and even the language of bounty hunters all bear the mark of Mandalorian innovation. The stories of Mandalorian heroes and villains have become part of galactic folklore, told and retold in cantinas, marketplaces, and starship corridors. The legend of the Darksaber, too, has traveled far beyond Mandalore. The blade has passed through many hands, its black light a symbol of leadership, challenge, and destiny, from the halls of the Jedi Temple to the throne rooms of Mandalore, from the lairs of crime lords to the hands of rebels and heroes. The Darksaber's journey is a testament to the enduring power of Mandalorian myth. In the farthest reaches of the galaxy, Mandalorians have sometimes been misunderstood or maligned. Their reputation as warriors and bounty hunters has led to suspicion and fear, and not all encounters have ended in friendship. Yet, those who take the time to understand the Mandalorian way often find allies of remarkable loyalty and honor. Mandalorians keep their word, defend their own, and respect those who show courage and integrity. The Mandalorian diaspora has also given rise to new legends and new ways of life. Some clans have blended their traditions with those of other cultures, creating unique hybrids of language, art, and ritual. Others have remained fiercely traditional, preserving the old ways in secret enclaves and hidden strongholds. The diversity of Mandalorian life is a source of strength, allowing the culture to adapt and thrive in a changing galaxy. For Mandalorians living far from home, the longing for Mandalore is never far from their hearts. The stories of the homeworld, the songs of the clans, and the hope of return are passed down from generation to generation. Even in exile, Mandalorians gather to celebrate their heritage, to teach their children the language and the code, and to remember the heroes who came before. The influence of Mandalorians can be seen in the most unexpected places. In the courts of distant planets, Mandalorian armor is displayed as a symbol of honor. In the ranks of the New Republic, former Mandalorian warriors serve as advisors and commanders, their experience valued by those who seek to build a better future. In the hidden corners of the galaxy, Mandalorian bounty hunters and mercenaries continue to shape the fate of worlds, one mission at a time. As the galaxy continues to change, the Mandalorians remain a people apart, proud, resilient, and ever adaptable. Their story is one of survival, of loss and renewal, of exile and return. It is a story written not just on Mandalore, but across the stars, in every place where a Mandalorian has walked, fought, and lived. While your thoughts begin to float like clouds, let the story of Mandalorians across the galaxy remind you that identity is not bound by place, but by the choices we make and the values we hold. The Mandalorians, scattered but never broken, have shown that home can be found wherever the heart is true and the spirit endures. In every corner of the galaxy, the dream of Mandalore lives on, waiting for the day when the clans will rise together once more. The story of the Mandalorians is a tapestry woven from countless threads of war and peace, exile and return, loss and hope. Through centuries of change, the Mandalorian legacy has endured, shaping not only the fate of its people, but the destiny of the entire galaxy. This legacy is not just found in the armor they wear or the battles they fight, but in the values they uphold, the stories they tell, and the dreams they pass on to each new generation. At the heart of the Mandalorian legacy is the idea of resilience. Time and again, Mandalorians have faced overwhelming odds: defeat at the hands of the Jedi, the devastation of the Great Purge, the loss of their homeworld, and the scattering of their clans. Yet, each time, they have found a way to survive, to adapt, and to rebuild. This unbreakable will is the foundation of their culture, a lesson passed from parent to child. No matter how great the darkness, the light of Mandalore endures. The legacy of Mandalore is also one of unity. The clans, with their rivalries and differences, have always been strongest when they stand together. The darksaber, passed from hand to hand, is more than a weapon. It is a symbol of the power that comes from unity and shared purpose. The greatest Mandalorian leaders, from Tara Vizsla to Bo-Katan Kryze, have understood that true strength lies not in domination, but in the ability to inspire others to join a common cause. Yet, unity has never meant uniformity. The Mandalorian legacy is rich with diversity of clans, customs, and beliefs, and some Mandalorians follow the strict creed of the Children of the Watch, never removing their helmets and living by ancient codes. Others embrace change, blending the old ways with new ideas and alliances. This diversity has allowed Mandalorian culture to survive in exile, to adapt to new worlds, and to welcome foundlings and outsiders into the fold. The Mandalorian way is not a single path, but a journey shaped by the choices of each individual and each generation. Honor is another pillar of the Mandalorian legacy. To be Mandalorian is to live by a code of loyalty, courage, and respect. Mandalorians keep their word, defend their clan, and honor their ancestors. The forging and wearing of armor is a sacred act, a reminder of the responsibilities that come with power. Even in the darkest times, when survival demands hard choices, Mandalorians strive to act with honor, knowing that their actions will be remembered long after they are gone. The legacy of Mandalore is also one of hope. In every era, Mandalorians have dreamed of a better future, a time when the clans will be united, when the homeworld will be restored, and when the songs of Mandalore will be sung in every corner of the galaxy. This hope is not naive. It is forged in the fires of experience, tempered by loss and sacrifice. It is the hope that gives Mandalorians the strength to endure, to fight for what is right, and to believe that tomorrow can be better than today. The stories of Mandalorian heroes and heroines are central to this legacy. The tale of Tara Vizsla, the first Mandalorian Jedi, who forged the darksaber and united the clans. The courage of Duchess Satine Kryze, who dreamed of peace in a time of war. The resilience of Bo-Katan, who led the resistance against tyranny and fought to reclaim Mandalore. The journey of Din Djarin and Grogu, who showed that family is not just blood, but the bonds we choose. Each story is a thread in the tapestry, a lesson and an inspiration for those who come after. But the Mandalorian legacy is not just about the past. It is alive in the present, in the choices made every day by Mandalorians across the galaxy. It is found in the forging of new armor, the teaching of the Rezolnar, the adoption of foundlings, and the quiet acts of kindness and courage that define a people. It is found in the willingness to stand up to oppression, to protect the innocent, and to fight for justice, even when the odds seem impossible. The influence of the Mandalorian legacy can be seen far beyond the clans themselves. The design of clone trooper armor, the tactics of elite military units, and the language of bounty hunters all bear the mark of Mandalorian innovation. The stories of Mandalorian warriors have become part of galactic folklore, inspiring generations of rebels, soldiers, and dreamers. The legend of the darksaber continues to shape the politics and destiny of Mandalore, a symbol of leadership and the eternal struggle for unity. For Mandalorians living in exile, The legacy is a lifeline, a reminder that they are part of something greater than themselves. The songs of the homeworld, the rituals of clan and family, and the hope of return are passed down from generation to generation. Even in the farthest reaches of the galaxy, Mandalorians gather to celebrate their heritage, to teach their children the language and the code, and to remember the heroes who came before. The Mandalorian legacy is also a challenge. It asks each new generation to decide what it means to be Mandalorian, to honor the past, but also to forge a new path. It is a legacy of questions as much as answers. How do we balance tradition and change? How do we unite without losing our individuality? How do we honor our ancestors while building a future for our children? These questions are not easily answered, but they are at the heart of what it means to walk the way. As the galaxy continues to change, the Mandalorian legacy endures. It is a story of survival, of loss and renewal, of exile and return. It is a story written not just on Mandalore, but across the stars, in every place where a Mandalorian has walked, fought, and lived. It is a story that belongs to all who choose to carry it forward. As the hush of night wraps you in stillness, let the story of the Mandalorian legacy remind you that we are all part of something greater than ourselves. The Mandalorians, through all their trials, have shown that the heart of a people is found not just in their victories, but in the bonds they forge, the stories they tell, and the dreams they keep alive. In every heart, the dream of Mandalore lives on, waiting for the dawn of a new era. The Mandalorian story is as vast and varied as the galaxy itself. It is a tale told and retold, shaped by the voices of countless storytellers, some ancient, some new, some official, and some whispered in the shadows of cantinas. In the modern era, the legend of Mandalore has grown even richer as new stories are woven into the tapestry and old ones are reimagined for new generations. To understand the full scope of the Mandalorian legacy, it is important to look at both the legends of the past and the canon of the present, and to wonder what the future might hold. For decades, the Mandalorians lived in the pages of expanded universe novels, comics, and video games, stories that came to be known as legends. These tales introduced new heroes and villains, explored the rise and fall of empires, and delved into the mysteries of Mandalorian culture. In the Legends timeline, Mandalore was a world of shifting alliances and epic wars, where figures like Canderous Ordo, Fen Shaisa, and Toby Dala led the clans through eras of both glory and hardship. The Mandalorian Wars, the Crusaders, and the Neo-Crusaders all found their place in these stories, painting a picture of a people forever caught between tradition and change. The legend stories also explored the complexities of Mandalorian society. They introduced the Super Commando Codex, a set of rules that guided the behavior of warriors and leaders. They told of the adoption of foundlings, the forging of Beskar armor, and the importance of clan and family. These tales, though sometimes contradictory, captured the spirit of Mandalore, a culture defined by resilience, adaptability, and the unbreakable bonds of loyalty. Some of the most beloved Mandalorian characters emerge from these stories. Canderous Ordo, who fought alongside Revan and later became Mandalore the Preserver, was a symbol of honor and survival. Fen Shaisa and Toby Dala, who led the Mandalorian protectors during the Galactic Civil War, showed that Mandalorians could be both warriors and defenders of the innocent. These characters, and many others, became icons for fans, their stories passed down like the legends of old. With the arrival of new Star Wars films and series, a new canon began to take shape. The Mandalorians were reintroduced to audiences through the animated series The Clone Wars and Star Wars Rebels, where characters like Satine Kryze, Bo-Katan, Sabine Wren, and Pre Vizsla brought Mandalorian history to life in vivid detail. The darksaber, once a curiosity in the Legends timeline, became a central symbol of leadership and destiny. The struggles of Mandalore during the Clone Wars, the rise of Death Watch, and the battles against the Empire were all reimagined, blending old traditions with new perspectives. The live-action series, The Mandalorian, brought the story to a new generation, introducing Din Djarin, Grogu, and the Children of the Watch. Through their journey, viewers saw the Mandalorian creed in action, the rituals, the armor, the code, and the challenges of living by ancient rules in a changing galaxy. The series explored questions of identity, belonging, and the meaning of family, all set against the backdrop of a galaxy still healing from the scars of war. The blending of legends and canon has created a rich and complex tapestry. Some stories have been reinterpreted, others set aside, and new ones continue to emerge. The Mandalorian saga is not static. It grows and evolves with each new storyteller, each new generation of fans. The debates over what is true Mandalorian history are themselves a testament to the power of myth and the enduring appeal of these warriors from the Outer Rim. The Mandalorian story is also a reflection of our own world. It is about the struggle to balance tradition and change, the search for identity in a universe of endless possibility, and the hope that, no matter how far we wander, we can always find our way home. The Mandalorians remind us that family is not just blood, but the bonds we choose. That honor is not just a word, but a way of life, and that even in the darkest times, the light of hope can endure. Looking to the future, the possibilities for Mandalorian stories are endless. The darksaber remains a symbol of both hope and challenge, its fate still uncertain. The question of Mandalorian unity, who will lead, and what it means to be Mandalorian, continues to inspire both conflict and cooperation. New heroes and villains will rise, new worlds will be explored, and the legacy of Mandalore will be shaped by the choices of those who carry its name. The Mandalorian legacy is also being shaped by the fans themselves. Cosplayers don Beskar armor at conventions, artists create new sigils and banners, and writers and gamers imagine their own clans and adventures. The Mandalorian language, Mandoa, is spoken and expanded by enthusiasts around the world. In this way, the story of Mandalore is not just something to be watched or read, it is something to be lived, shared, and reimagined by all who are inspired by its call. The future of Mandalorian lore is being written right now. New series, novels, and comics continue to expand the mythos. The story of Din Djarin and Grogu is far from over, and the fate of Bo-Katan, the Darksaber, and Mandalore itself remains open to new interpretation. Will the clans unite once more? Will Mandalore be restored to its former glory, or will a new path be forged? These questions invite speculation, debate, and, most importantly, imagination. The Mandalorian saga also reminds us that history is never truly finished. Each generation adds its own chapter, reinterpreting the past and dreaming of the future. The legends of yesterday become the canon of tomorrow, and the stories we tell shape the world we live in. In this way, the Mandalorian story is a living tradition, a song that never truly ends. As the galaxy continues to spin, the legend of Mandalore endures. It is found in the courage of those who stand up for what is right, in the loyalty of friends and family, and in the hope that, no matter how dark the night, a new dawn is always possible. The Mandalorians teach us that identity is not just inherited, but chosen. That honor is not just a code, but a way of being, and that the greatest stories are those we create together. So, as you reflect on the journey from ancient legends to modern canon, from the fires of war to the quiet moments of hope, remember that the story of the Mandalorians is still being written. Perhaps in the days to come, You will add your own voice to the Song of Mandalore, whether in the stories you tell, the art you create, or the dreams you dare to follow. The saga continues, and the next chapter awaits just beyond the horizon. The story of the Mandalorians is a journey through time, across stars, and into the very heart of what it means to belong. From the first warriors who tamed the wilds of Mandalore, to the scattered clans who found new homes among the stars, to the rebels and guardians who shaped the fate of the galaxy, the Mandalorian saga is a testament to the enduring power of hope, honor, and unity. As we reach the end of this long tale, it is worth pausing to reflect on what truly lies at the heart of Mandalore. It is not just a planet, nor merely a people defined by armor and war. The heart of Mandalore is a spirit, a way of life that has survived every trial, every exile, and every loss. It is a spirit that lives in the bonds of clan and family, in the stories told around campfires, and in the quiet moments of courage that define a people. For Mandalorians, home is more than a place. It is a promise kept, a tradition honored, and a future imagined. The world of Mandalore has been lost and reclaimed, scarred and rebuilt, but the true home of the Mandalorians has always been found in each other. Whether gathered in the great halls of Sundari, hidden in secret enclaves, or wandering the farthest reaches of the galaxy, Mandalorians carry their home with them, in their hearts, in their language, and in the unbreakable code that guides their lives. The Mandalorian Creed is not just a set of rules but a living philosophy. "This is the way" is more than a phrase. It is a reminder that every choice matters, that every act of kindness or courage shapes the future. The Resolanar, the 6 actions, are not just ancient words, but daily practices. Wear your armor, speak the language, defend your family, raise your children as Mandalorians, contribute to your clan, and rally to the Mandalore when called. These actions, simple yet profound, are the foundation of Mandalorian life. The heart of Mandalore is also found in the willingness to adapt and endure. Through centuries of war, exile, and change, Mandalorians have learned to survive by embracing both tradition and innovation. They have welcomed foundlings, forged new alliances, and blended their ways with those of other cultures. This adaptability is not a sign of weakness, but of strength, a recognition that survival depends on the ability to grow, to learn, and to change. Yet, for all their adaptability, Mandalorians have never lost sight of who they are. The forging of Beskar armor, the telling of old stories, the singing of songs in Mandalore, these are acts of remembrance and resistance, ways of keeping the spirit of Mandalore alive. Even in the darkest times, when hope seemed lost and the clans were scattered, Mandalorians found ways to endure. They became legends, not just for their prowess in battle, but for their unyielding will to survive and to protect what matters most. The legacy of Mandalore is not just written in the annals of history, but in the lives of those who carry it forward. Every Mandalorian, from the greatest leader to the humblest foundling, adds a new thread to the tapestry. The darksaber, passed from hand to hand, is a symbol of this living legacy, a reminder that leadership is earned, not given, and that unity is forged in the fires of challenge. As the galaxy continues to change, the story of the Mandalorians remains unfinished. New threats will arise, new heroes will be called, and new chapters will be written. The dream of a united Mandalore, of a home restored and a people at peace, endures in every heart. It is a dream that has survived every trial, and it is a dream that will guide the Mandalorians into whatever future awaits. For those who look to the stars and wonder about their own place in the universe, the Mandalorian story offers a message of hope. It teaches that identity is not just inherited, but chosen, that family is not just blood, but the bonds we forge, and that even in the face of loss, there is always a way forward. The heart of Mandalore beats in every act of courage, every word of kindness, and every dream of a better tomorrow. The Mandalorian way is also a lesson in resilience. The clans have faced extinction, betrayal, and the loss of their homeworld, yet they have always found a way to rise again. Their story is a reminder that even when the world changes, even when everything familiar is stripped away, the core of who we are can endure. The Mandalorians have shown that it is possible to honor the past while embracing the future, to hold fast to tradition while welcoming new ideas and new people into the fold. In the quiet moments between battles, Mandalorians gather to share stories, to teach their children, and to remember those who came before. The songs of Mandalore echo through the halls of hidden enclaves and across the plains of distant worlds. The rituals of forging armor, of reciting the Resolnar, and of celebrating victories and mourning losses are all ways of keeping the spirit of Mandalore alive. These traditions are not just for show, they are the threads that bind the clans together, the foundation upon which the future is built. The heart of Mandalore is also found in the courage to stand up for what is right, even when the odds are against you. From the first warriors who defended their world against invaders, to the rebels who fought the Empire, to the guardians who protect the innocent in a lawless galaxy, Mandalorians have always been defined by their willingness to fight for justice. Their code is not just about strength, but about honor, loyalty, and the belief that everyone deserves a place to belong. As the Mandalorian story continues to unfold, new heroes will rise to carry the legacy forward. Some will be warriors, others leaders, artists, or teachers. Each will add their own voice to the Song of Mandalore, shaping the future in ways both great and small. The Darksaber will pass to new hands, the clans will face new challenges, and the dream of a united Mandalore will endure. For those who have followed this journey, the story of the Mandalorians is an invitation to remember, to hope, and to believe in the power of unity and resilience. It is a reminder that no matter how far we travel, no matter how much we lose, we can always find our way home. The heart of Mandalore is not a place, but a promise that we are never truly alone, that our stories matter, and that together we can build a future worthy of our dreams. As the stars shine above and the galaxy spins on, the legacy of Mandalore endures. It lives in the hearts of those who choose the way, in the bonds of clan and family, and in the hope that, one day, the clans will rise together once more. The story is not over. It is only beginning anew, with each new voice, each new dream, and each new dawn. And so, as you reflect on the journey from the ancient past to the edge of tomorrow, let the heart of Mandalore remind you that the greatest stories are those we share. The greatest strength is found in unity, and the greatest hope is the one we carry together into the future and beyond. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the legends, battles, and quiet moments that make up the story of the Mandalorians. Whether you listened to every chapter or drifted in and out of the saga, I hope you found a sense of wonder, comfort, and connection in these tales from a galaxy far, far away. The Mandalorian story is more than just history. It's a reminder that resilience, honor, and hope can carry us through even the darkest times. Like the clans of Mandalore, we all face challenges, changes, and moments of uncertainty. But we also have the power to choose our path, to build community, and to keep our own stories alive. If you found peace or inspiration in these words, I invite you to share your favorite Mandalorian moment or lesson in the comments below. Let's keep the spirit of storytelling alive, and let these legends connect us across time and space. If you'd like to hear more journeys like this, consider subscribing or sharing this series with a friend who might need a little Star Wars comfort tonight. As you settle in for rest, may the courage of Mandalore, the warmth of clan, and the promise of a new dawn guide your dreams. Remember, the story is never truly over. It lives on in every heart that dares to hope, and in every voice that chooses to tell it. Sleep well, traveler. This is the way.